amani, tupige I think by the end of this activity, we'll know why we are such for common ground and how we are searching this common ground. That piece of paper, I want you to write capital P. I want you to write a capital P. A very big one. Yeah, a big capital P. No, just a capital P. On the edge of the paper, on the face of paper. Then write peace. Now end it, peace. Very big. Just a bigger piece like this that fits the whole page. Nasubiri wale wenye bado hawajaandika. Tumeandika. Okay. Let me see your piece. We are heading to 2027 general election. Let me see your piece. Let me see your piece. Yes. So at Wantas, we're not littering the environment, but I have a present for somebody who will help us tear this into small pieces. I want you to fold your piece like this. Just fold your piece. Fold your piece. So help me do like this. We can't end up on top. I expect everybody to be doing this. No. Sorry, you put it every one in basic vitu ndogo ndogo lakini ndio vile tumeikata ndogo first in smaller pieces, smaller tiny pieces. Let's get it in smaller tiny pieces. Smaller tiny pieces. Are we there? A promise. I have one request and a promise. A simple request and a promise. Meikata. Full request is this. Unaona venye tumeikata? Unaona yangu? Venye tumeikata? So I want us to mend this piece to be back together. Let us try. Hata Waswahili walisema heri nusu shari kuliko shari kamili. So let us just try. You might get it right. I've always gotten it right. You might get it right. Make it. Put it back together, make it. You might get it right, trust me. And you know, if you get it right, I have a present for you. Not just try. Are we managing? Who is almost? Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's try. We can bring that piece back together. You never know. We are really trying, which is good. Some of you are not trying. Are you not trying? Have we tried? Is it possible? How many are saying it's possible? There are those who are saying they can't give up. Same piece of paper, it is the same one that you have initially. The name will be there. Usifikirie sana, ni hiyo kitu na. What are you able to learn?
Anybody that will maintain the status quo of peace. Break it.
Yeah. Anybody? Yes.
But basically, prevention is very important compared to the reaction aspect of it. And once something has come apart, it's very, very difficult to get it to where it previously was.
Okay. Anybody? Anybody else? There's none. You all concur with the two statements that they've given. So I have a simple question. Says you have the mic. Pass it to the gentleman in a suit. You say your name is Atis. Okay. Was it easier to write that word peace?
It was.
It was.
Yes.
What Was it easier to tear it? Yes. Was it difficult to mend it?
Yes.
Why?
It was easier to write it because I still had the old paper, so I could easily write it on it. You know, when you tear the papers, when they are apart, you can't write this on it. That's why it's easier to write it, but difficult to put it back.
Next step. Let's get their perspective. Yeah, that's it. And I want you to reflect on the 2027 election and whatever is happening in the country today. As you give me a response on what you're learning from this exercise.
I've learned that it is easy. It is easy to tear down peace, very easy. It takes a very short time. But to pull it back to where it was is not possible. It will leave you fragmented. But even when you put the pieces together, it will take a long time for you to come to put the pieces together. Not going back to where it was, but just putting the pieces together.
Yeah.
Leaving the cracks, of course.
Yeah. Of course, trust will be lost. Yeah. It will take a long time, as they say. So, I want us to ask ourselves difficult questions, even as we are launching this pulse. If we are maintaining peace, or the way Mzee said here, or if you are breaking peace. And for sure, if we're going to maintain peace in 2027, we'll be united as a people. That is why we began by the national anthem, then followed it by the East African anthem. And if we're going to fall into the trap of whatever is happening in country, then it will be very difficult for us to be one people and one Kenya. Let us reflect on this exercise, even as we launching this.
Let's appreciate him like we mean it. He's done a good job in making sure that we are home and coordinating to ensure that all of us are here. And so the next few is entrenched throughout the day. They will be sharing what it is that we are doing as partners. And so allow me to introduce to you my country director to welcome us and give us their opening remarks as we prepare to move to the next session, which will be about understanding the Peace Pulse project in detail, where I will be here to spearhead that conversation. So, karibu sana, Madam Tuli.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
But that's okay. It's gonna be.
Minutes.
The National Disaster Management Unit. I want to recognize Dr. Thomas Mose from ICGRL. I want to entities that are here. We are expecting representation from our donor. When they come to the I want to recognize the national government administration that is present in the room. I want to recognize the National Cohesion Electoral and Boundaries Commission. We are expecting the ORPP. They may be here. I want to recognize IPOA, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, if they are here. I also want to recognize the Media Council Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the ODPP. And I also want to recognize the Ministry of Youth. Our esteemed partners, as well as the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security. Please wave. I also want to recognize the distinguished guests, the youth champions, the youth influencers in the room, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I prefer to have a better voice so that it's not too dull. So I'll try and make it a bit of the Peace Pulse project. And the Peace Pulse project is a youth-led early warning digital safety program for Africa. We also recognize that our electoral history has been marked by localized violence. We have seen polarization as well as fear, including spaces that are emerging in the digital spaces where misinformation is happening that can easily dismantle community trust in a matter of seconds. The Peace Pulse project, supported by the German Federal Foreign Office, Search for Common Ground in partnership with KEKOSKE and the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security, is standing across 11 counties, that is from Nairobi, Mombasa, Kiambu, to Garissa, to Homa Bay and beyond. We are working to strengthen the intergenerational youth peace and security agenda, but also to strengthen coalitions, to strengthen a move that is connected. As we go into the day, we'll see how the ecosystem connects us, both geographically, both around thematic issues, but also of our global strategy, where by 2030, Search for Common Ground is committed to improving the safety and dignity of 200 million people who shape decisions that affect their lives. So influencers shape decisions that affect their lives. So influencers, champions, and those of us in the room. So we are counting. We are building the foundation for a global shift. We are building the foundation for a global shift towards system-driven intergenerational peace building. So we endeavor to see a place where we are not saying those generations are working together to achieve a place where we are not saying those generations are working together to achieve a peaceful and safe ecosystem, elections ecosystem. So what is Peace Pulse? And what that pulse is, we'll define the pulse. And so how do we measure peace pulse in the 11 counties? We are building a youth-led early warning and early response. By identification, this is only half early response. By identification, this is only half of the process. Peace Pulse ensures that these early warnings are integrated. Peace Pulse ensures that these early warnings are integrated into formal pathways. And that's why we are keen to work with the formal pathways. And that's why we are keen to work with the institution youth monitors on the front lines and institutions that are represented here today. And the institutions that I mentioned include IEBC, NCIC, ICGRL, in peace and security governance. We want to ensure that when a warning is sounded, a response is triggered. For example, we have the NSC that holds the national early warning. We hope to see that the data that will be generated by young situation group and disseminated across the various relevant government agencies, both domestically and regionally. To our media partners and the Media Council of Kenya, you're the guardians of our information ecosystem. We look forward to your partnership in countering dangerous narratives that threaten our social cohesion. To our youth leaders in this room, you're not just beneficiaries of this, but you are the architects of this project, and therefore we shall get into co-creation, we shall get into spaces where we are designing, we are connecting, we are analyzing, we are sharing, we are engaging, we are negotiating, we are dialoguing, we are mediating, and taking us to a healthy transition next year. And so your local knowledge, the knowledge you hold in the national spaces, in the county spaces, your digital fluence and your courage are the assets that will make this project a success. We are not here to reinvent the wheel. We are here to strengthen the spokes. By working together, government, civil society, media, and most importantly, the youth, we will ensure, or we can ensure, let me use the word can, that the 2027 elections are not defined by what divides us, but by our collective commitment to a peaceful, inclusive, and credible democratic process. Let us build together with clarity, with trust. Trust is one of the major ingredients for this process, for this work, and for the outcome, for a peaceful outcome of the elections that are upcoming. And a shared purpose. I hope that by the time we're done with today, we shall have a shared purpose. This is to thank you all and to welcome you to the launch of the Peace Pulse project. Asanteni sana.
All right. What do we say to Judy now that she's officially welcomed us to the launch? How do we appreciate people in our culture? All right. As you prepare to hand over that switch to Judy, can you make your way here on behalf of the Kenya Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security to share your remarks? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you're losing your voice, but I hope the sweetness sweetens the soul. Christine Odera, and I am the co-chair for the Kenya Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security. And please allow me to read my welcome remarks. It is for about 20 months. This initiative will pulse across 11 counties. To the shores of Lamu, from the plains of Garissa to the hills of Nyeri. So it's not just the hills. Thank you, Madam Judy. But Peace Pulse is not a mere project. These counties, there are not just counties, these are counties that the champions, as Madam Judy alluded to, call homes. Here is our promise, who will serve as our eyes and our ears, monitoring the risks in the communities and on social media, the marketplace, rumors online, can become a violent confrontation offline. In a matter of hours, a statement, machetes, and to the other things you know. Our young people responses and snapshots, and ensure that youth insights reach the highest tables, from county coordination forums to the Uyano platforms, and does not see itself as a mere implementer of the Peace Peace Pulse project. We see ourselves as a guardian. We commit our network, our county level forum advocacy to ensuring that when a young person raises an early warning flag, the systems respond, and there is an early warning flag. The systems respond, and they respond fast. Today, we do not that lasts beyond election day. Thank you, and let the pulse begin. Asante.
Is there flow? Kuna kitu inapiga, si ndio? So the pulse has already begun. Maxwell, what does Kekoske have to say in regards to the...
Mimi naona yangu inapiga faster. Lakini tutakuwa sawa. Amjambo wote. Amjambo tena. For the state agencies, representatives of other state actors, the commission present, acknowledging even the religious leaders present, and also the youth who are in this place, the media fraternity who are making things work on the ground, partners from Search for Common Ground, the youth, and everyone here center. And on behalf of the Kenya Community Support Center, it is a privilege to welcome you all in the official peace project. Kekose works in the coastal region, majorly, and in northern Kenya, and in the nearly 20 years, and those structures on the ground, and also at the national level to foster peace, coexistence, upholding human rights, and strengthening democratic community, security frameworks, establishing conflicts, early warning systems, and empowering youth, women, and marginalized. Big privilege to participate in the launch of the roadmap. I think, let me just show it. You need to go and participate in this launch. Oh, good. About 5% of this gathering. So what came out clear and told this roadmap, because it's addressing the critical things. We know, and we were given some data, that 70% of the people registered. So we are looking at, we are given a data about looking for 6 million new people to be registered. Only about 3 have been registered the first level. It means that the youth are big power. Unfortunately, the 30% are the one controlling everything as an opportunity to engage. Allow me just to pick one item on this roadmap. It was very clear that dynamism. And I was just following a section there on technology, that electoral roadmap highlights the growing role of technological context, where you can access 1 GB data for 1 hour. So if you create a message or a message that can go, and even the person you're targeting, even maybe has not seen that. So coming to try to do firefighting comes late. Sometimes there was some misinformation here that if kule ndani kabisa around Kuyuni, young people are sitting and they're discussing the same thing. Sasa ya IBC may decide leo hawata share nini, hawata transfer information. This is what exactly is going down there. And now the online platform can amplify it when we are buying you are buying a line. Those who remember, you bought a line at 2,500. You remember? 2,000? 3,000. And again, you could not 1 minute. So ukiweka tu hivi, ukiongea, even if you talk for 1 second, it will go. And there was a line called cancel, where, so that was how it was. But now, what is happening? Things are very simple, easy, and moving on. So this polarization is also being activated further, threatening to trigger spontaneous offline violences by spreading false narrative, particularly in areas where institutional trust is fragile. Now we are living in a debate that state actors are not acting or taking responsiveness in what they are doing. However, as we move forward, in the past electoral, how digital manipulation directly exacerbates ethnic and class tension. Now we're not talking about, but you're talking about class. There is a lot of tension now affecting different classes. So the Peace Pulse project has come at the right time. And this is the best time that it has come, directly addressing these modern threats. Peace in 2026 and 2027 requires to revolutionize digital early warning system, deploy targeted peace messaging and supporting fact-checking networks alongside traditional community mediation. And we also uphold the role that the religious leaders are taking this as the best ambassadors of messaging, even during the church services, even wakati kuna hiyo hotuba inapeana katika msikiti. This is a big opportunity that you're moving on. Through the Peace Pulse project, Kenya Community Support Center remains committed to work alongside Germany, cooperation of our donors, search for common ground, KCYPS, state agencies, various commissions that are here, and the community leaders, not leaving away the religious leaders. Together, we can ensure that early signals of violence, both online and offline, are met with swift, peaceful, and coordinated responses. I wish you all to the day as we look forward a strong collaborative partnership towards violence-free 2027 election. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Max Vizuri, like we mean it. Okay, now that we've been welcomed by our hosts, I want us to do one thing. I want us to get to understand what is this animal we are calling Peace Pulse and what components does it have that we need to be aware of. Tuko pamoja? So I want us all of us to stand up, stretch, so that we get ready for this. Sindio? Stretch kabisa. Left, right. Good. I think we are now healthy and energetic and ready for the session. So, to those that have come in, we can all have our seats. To all that came in after my introduction, supporting Madam Judy and the bigger search team. And maybe before I even start to introduce the project, I would like to introduce the entire search team. Team Search, Derek, you're here. Search is here. Rebecca, Search is our mentor, so we cannot stand here without Search. Let's all come here. Let people get to see us and appreciate us in a small line over here. So in the course of this, and together with our colleagues from Kekoske, together with the KCYPS as well, we've made it possible, and of course we are honored to have you come to join us today. So thank you. You may have. As has been mentioned by the previous speakers, riding on existing protocol. Yes?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Can you elaborate on the relationship between Kekoske and what you call?
Well, we have a working relationship with different organizations when we're implementing different projects and looking already on the strengths that work or within our database that were easy to work with. Number one, Kekoske, because we have implemented other initiatives with Kekoske in the northeastern region and inter-elections with them as well. So it was a very easy pick for us to be able to build on the already existing systems that we have built. It becomes easy to work with somebody you have who understands the systems, who understands your working modality, and that is how we've ended up with Kekoske and KCYPS as our partners. Search for Common Ground. We are the world's largest peace building organization, and a lot of the work we do started in the 1982 post-Cold War when our founder, at the end of the day, the Common Ground was found, and that gave birth to the organization that brings us here today, that hosts us here today. It's not a very small organization. We only have around 800 staff. Directly, as of the last major analysis we've done, we've been able to connect 400,000 peace builders directly, and the work that we have done as of 8 million people globally. So we are not new to peace building, you're in the right room, and with your input, this number is meant to go high and up, because we want to make sure that we reach to each and every element the conversations on peace and peace-related programs extensively around the world. In Kenya, most of our work started in 2008 at the onset of the post-election. The House was a production, a common ground production that was called The Team. How many of us remember The Team? How many of us watched that series? I think we'll need to find a way of getting the link back and make sure that people start seeing that as we head into the election. And so, Peace Pulse is a 20-month project, as earlier informed. Sawa sawa. We're in Nairobi. The weakest. The host has the weakest voice. Nairobi. Machakos. This room. Number one, we want to ensure that the youth in Kenya are able to play a very meaningful role that is recognized and sustained in preventing violence and supporting peaceful, inclusive, and credible democratic processes. In most of the cases we've experienced, the young people have been weaponized. They have been used as the tools across border, not just in Kenya. Look at our neighboring countries. Look at, even in the West, where we have very advanced democracies, the young people have been on the forefront for their own reasons. We have an opportunity to change that by creating to come in and have a conversation that is progressive. We saw what happens, and know that I encourage the uprisings that were part of the conversations in 2024, but we saw what happened in 2022, we saw what happened with the Egyptian uprising, we saw what happened with the Sudan uprising. We saw the capacity and the power that the Gen Zs in Kenya also showcased when they come together for the positives. So this is an opportunity for them to come in and have a meaningful, recognized and sustained role in preventing election-related violence. If the young people decide they are not going out to fight, are we going to have violence really? Are we? Are the surges going to throw stones? Are the surges going to throw stones? Don't worry, Sergeant. Today you'll be on the receiving end. We do have 3 outcomes that we intend to achieve with this specific project. Number one, we want to ensure that youth-led early warning and early response to election-related risks across the online and offline spaces is strengthened. And this is where we have a very good partner in Kekoske. Kekoske has created some of these systems for some time. They have implemented, they have tried them, tested them, and they have been proven to work. So with that, we are able to plug in into that existing experience and scale it up and run away with it to ensure that they also reach to 11 counties. And there's also part of our localization efforts. We are able to feature in some of the counties where we implemented, are able to establish a new footprint over there. And this is aligned to one of our key pillars on our more that we are working with with more localized strength, and ensuring that the local organizations are also able to pick up and own up to some of these key interventions that we are doing, so that beyond search for common ground, there is sustainability that is left entrenched within the local organizations. Our number 2 outcome is to ensure that elections-related tensions affecting the youth are prevented, mitigated, and de-escalated through youth-led actions. When we come to the 11 counties, we'll be listening, we'll be exchanging ideas regularly. We have around 8 to 15 convenings at the county level that will see us exchange notes on what is happening at our localities. This means we are going to have at least 50 stakeholders almost every 2 months at the county level. Sit together and share what is happening at the diverse areas, geographic areas of that specific county. When that information comes and gets to us, what do? We are able to prepare for how to de-escalate in areas where there are tensions, or prepare for prevention in cases where we see extensive danger. And I'm happy to see the level of engagement, especially with Lamu County. Lamu County becomes very polarized during this specific electioneering period. So what do we do when we receive this kind of information? It helps us to prepare, it helps us to communicate it, relay that information to the respective or to the right stakeholders who are supposed to address the issues that are coming out from the early warning, so that we're able to create a complete loop that does not leave anything hanging. Because if we get the early warning and we leave it at we have the early warning, what happens? Will we have done anything? No. We will still be mark timing in the same place we were all through that entire period. Number 3, we want to ensure that the Kenyan's election ecosystem is strengthened through integration of youth-led, EWA, and protected youth participation. For us, we want to ensure that you are safe as you participate, as you engage, as you also go. In most cases, we do not get enough young people playing in the field, in the elections or in the political field. But here is an opportunity with the little resources we have with this project, because it might not be able to cover the whole country, or we might not be able to reach out and support each and every one of us or the ideas that we have, because we have so many vast ideas in this room. But with the little that we have, how can we make sure that it is extensively meaningful and it is able to impact as much as possible? And one thing I have to give it up is the government has really showed a lot of interest in this. And you can see Mombasa County Commissioner did send a representative that we've been working with during the previous implementations we've done, especially around emerging digital hubs within that region. And emerging digital hubs are some of the things that we will be looking to pick and direct them to the respective stakeholders or duty bearers for extensive action. And so what are some of the other outcomes that outputs that we have prepared for during this implementation period? Number 1, we want to ensure that there is a system on early warning, early response, and this is going to be done through a co-development process that will be spearheaded by Kekoske. They will reach out, they have reached out already to some young champions. There are 30 of them, 3 from each of the 11 counties that we're implementing. They'll sit down for 3 days and ensure that they understand what an EWA system would look like, and borrowing from experienced EWA platforms, IGAD, C1, and others, will be able to solidify what we currently have to ensure that we're able to receive alerts and analyze them and share them with the relevant stakeholders. Number 2, we will ensure that the youth champions have increased capacity to identify, report, and peacefully respond to early warning signs of election-related violence. Very clear over there. We want to ensure that election risks affecting youth are monitored and analyzed in real time across online and offline spaces, because when we look, a lot of the work we do is on radicalization and violent extremism. And when we look at the trends, most men find themselves radicalized through offline spaces. Ukitoka kazi, si unapitia base. Over the weekends, you're watching football from a place, you go to Maskan and all that. That's where a lot of these things happen. But that we capitalize on both the online and the offline spaces so that we leave no one behind and we do not miss out on any early warning that is supposed to get to us. Then we're also looking at the possibility of having early warning information jointly reviewed and acted upon by the youth champions, EWA stakeholders. By EWA stakeholders, of course, I mean everybody, the security sector, everybody within that scope, ensuring that the tensions are picked up early enough and addressed in good time. Are we together? Then we want to ensure that the early warning insights are systematically shared with an integrated into a formal national and regional election violence prevention related mechanism. This is going to be done through releasing of what we call conflict snapshots. Every month, or based on, as we head into the election period, we will do more regular election snapshots where we could probably do a bi-weekly, bi-monthly, fortnight, depending on the urgency at that time. As we start, we will start off by releasing snapshots on a monthly basis, but as we get closer to the action, as things get heated, we want to be able to give you real time, because if we stay with some information for 1 week, Is it going to be helpful after, for example, if we had received the information on the most recent incident in Homa Bay, and we stayed with it waiting for the end of month to release our snapshot, would it be relevant at the end of the month? No, it would not be relevant. So based on the needs and based on the sensitivity of the information we release, we are creating a possibility of ensuring that this could actually go out every day or every 2 days, but there will be a fully fledged team that is looking at the information that is coming in and doing an analysis and directing it to the respective actors for actions. As we do that, as I mentioned, we'll be having engagements at the county level, and this is to ensure that the protection and the referral mechanisms are strengthened to enable safe and sustained youth participation in formal election-related violence prevention and response. During the young people we have or we're engaging with, if you come across any challenges, we have put aside a small fund to be able to support protection and related engagements during that period to ensure that you're safeguarded and nothing really stops you from living your normal life. What is our theory of change? In most cases, as a programmer, there's one thing I love, having people in my own voice. And why is it important for us to voice this? It's because everything that we are doing is actually anchored on this specific theory of change. And so in all unison, I will count to 3 and I would want us to read this, all of us, because it's more of a pledge we are making. Are we together? Yes. Are we together? By you to identify and analyze election-related risks across online and offline spaces. And if youth and stakeholders review and act on early warning information to prevent, and if I want to hear your voice as we go to the then. I want to hear your voice. So let's go louder. Then, youth in Kenya because
when connected to responsive institutions and trusted mechanisms, and influence preventive action.
The last 3 words speak everything to me. If Peace Pulse does not influence preventive action, then we will have failed. What are some of the activities that we have the team that has been supporting the baseline? They'll be here to share with us what they've been able to find so that we have an understanding of where we're starting from. That activity has utilized artificial intelligence. We've used some of the local tools that have been availed for us at Search for Common Ground. We talk about Ramesh, police, talk to the city, et al. So that tells you how dynamic we are and how deliberate we are in ensuring that we go where the young people are. We will have community validations or community level consultations. Some are going to be virtual, others are going to be in person at the 11 counties. And then we will of course redevelop the system as I have mentioned. I'm just running through an overview of now the project as I prepare to invite my colleague Rebecca to come and take us through the baseline and that intervention. Then we will have a training for youth peace champions. We will convene them here because Nairobi is a little central and we want everybody to participate from the 11 counties. We want to leave no one behind. We want to ensure that they are well equipped to understand, identify issues of IWA that will be coming up over the next 12 months. Then of course we will monitor and release the conflict snapshots as I have mentioned. We will also ensure that we do something we call social media listening, and here we are deploying Phoenix tools to ensure that we pick the conversations that are going on into the digital spaces to see who is saying what and who is pushing what narrative, especially when it comes to violence, to ensure that we are your one-stop shop for any information on early warning and early response. We will also ensure that this information is jointly reviewed by the elections teams at the county level, and also based on the feedback we get from the county level, we'll constantly convene national and regional election-related stakeholders to specific meetings that are going to come in and analyze, respond, and react to these engagements. Rebecca, can you start? Then we have, out of this, we have 88 meetings. So that is quite a lot. That is why I'm telling you 8 to 15 engagements at each county based on needs. So if we identify Migori as a hot point, we are going to ensure we put in a little more effort there. If we identify Nairobi, put in a little more effort over there to ensure that those issues are addressed in good time. Then of course there will be a small resource there that will support youth-related initiatives to de-escalate tensions, to ensure that we prevent violence at all levels.
Yes, please. Thank you. Those of us who are old enough, and you know, we are actually dedicated patriots. You could see Wanagideli in the queue. So dedicated he was, he decided to finish about 12 or 14 hours. I'm not sure it takes him there. Some of us took part in what was happening, and I'm glad Madam Judy here mentioned in her speech the National Steering Committee. Those guys gave us small mobiles. Nobody could buy a mobile those days. It was very expensive. It was for the rich and the affluent. And the smallest card you could use was 250. I don't know whether we are very witness here. Yes, yeah. That was the smallest Safari card you could afford. Just go and scratch it, but in Bali you must pay 250. So we would go out, National Steering Committee provided, and they would send you to Moro, Kiamba now in the other part of the door. And then you will look through the window and see if there's smoke anywhere, if there's any violence going on. And then you will call the National Steering Committee. They gave us small phones to make sure. And then the police is directed. There's fire coming from this side of Madare. There's another fire coming from, and you know, we're all over the place. So I don't know how your relationship is with the National Steering Committee. They have gone dormant. I don't know whether there's anybody. I'm glad the Deputy Inspector General is here. And I hope all is going. What you are doing right now is perfect. It looks like you're on path and you're actually doing much more than actually the National Steering Committee did. And you have your own research and everything else. But we don't want any violence. I would encourage the youth to go and vote, please. Some of them don't even vote. Unfortunately, if they work up from that direction, they will take the horn. We will get a president who is about 23 or 3 years, if they determine and work together. So let's discard these things and let's control this hate speech from politicians who are just a question for them is do or die. I either go become a, no, I don't. So thank you very much. That's my question. What's
Why have you been dormant? If you have been, but I'm happy to see you and see you in other platforms. So probably there has been just a reduction in the level of engagement, but I'm sure Immaculate will say that. So Immaculate, please say something.
Wow. Well, okay, National Steering Committee, we are not dormant, and we are actually also part of the stakeholders in this Peace Pulse activity, and we are glad to join this team because we have an early warning system that always coordinates and always, we still receive some messages. We still had issues with our SMS 108. That's why we were not really active in that sector, but everything is being put online, especially now that we are headed to the 2027 elections. And so hopefully before then, everything will come back on track. And we are also working with the cows together, so everything is in control. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So if there's no other question, allow me to take the next 30 minutes of your time. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. For those that didn't get my name is Rebecca Kamaloko, Search for Common Ground, the Design, Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning Department. Allow us to share the starting point of this project. Every project has a base point upon which we'll be tracking our progress. So we'll share with you the findings that we got from the baseline study we did for this project. This assessment was led by a wonderful team called Image Kenya. As I welcome them all as they get ready to come to the stage, I would like us to reflect on 4 key questions that will help us synthesize some of the findings that will be shared to you. The first question, you'll just write it somewhere and then afterwards. So the first question, what finding seems familiar? What finding seems familiar? The second, surprised you? What finding surprised you? The third question, what new insights would you like us to explore? Voices do you feel are missing or not adequately captured in the findings? What important perspectives or voices do you feel are missing or not adequately captured in the findings? So as you listen to the presentation, I encourage you to keep these questions in mind so that afterwards we can have an interactive session that will allow us to move beyond listening and understanding. Sorry? Okay, sawa sawa. Welcome, Edgar team.
Good morning. My name is Colin Suiwaya, and these are my colleagues. We come from Women Kenya, and particularly today's presentation is more important because the study gives us an evidence base for understanding how young people perceive election-related risk, how they experience and navigate digital spaces, and most importantly, their capacity and willingness to participate in early warnings and early response mechanism. This baseline draws on evidence gathered across 11 counties, combining online responses, in-person engagement, collective dialogues, focus group discussions, and key informant interviews. This gives us a multidimensional understanding for not only what young people experience, but also why this experience matter for peace building and peaceful elections. One of the key messages emerging from the study is that young people already recognize the risks around them. The challenge is increasingly about converting this awareness into the capacity, confidence, protection, and trusted systems needed to act. As a team, we'll take you through the study in a structured manner, from objective methodology to the participants' profile, key findings, and finally, what the finding means for the implementation of peace paths. So therefore, let me welcome my 2 colleagues to be able to take us through our baseline report. Thank you.
Yes, all protocols observed. Good morning. I hope you are having a good day. We are here to share our finding from the baseline. My name is Ochieng Edgar, and I'm going to allow my colleague to introduce herself. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. My name is Stacey Mwangi, and I will start us off, and then I will hand over to Edgar to take us through the key findings. So, as has been established, the Peace Pulse project aims to strengthen the meaningful participation of young people in preventing election-related risks, as well as supporting peaceful, inclusive, and credible election processes. So the baseline, as has also been shared briefly, sets the starting values for the program, and it essentially should be able to guide implementation and also support in tracking the changes across the duration of the project. So Thank you. So, 4 objectives guided the study. We first assessed young people's perceptions and experiences of election-related risks as well as conflict triggers. We also assessed young people's exposure to misinformation, online harassment, hate speech, and of course other digital risks. And we also looked at the ability to navigate these digital risks safely as well as the digital space. We also looked at young people's capacity, confidence, and opportunities to identify, respond, and even report emerging election-related risks. And lastly, we sought to examine the extent to which existing peace-building structures and mechanisms enable the meaningful, safe, and inclusive participation of young people. So these 4 themes, the 4 objectives, they guided the development of 6 themes that we relied on in formulating the research questions, as well as analyzing the evidence that we got from the different forms of data collection that we used. So these are the 6 themes that guided the analysis and that also supported in the formulation of the research questions. So as you can see, we have election-related risks and conflict triggers, digital spaces and online safety, youth grievances and meaningful participation, youth-led peace-building structures and stakeholder response, and lastly, youth confidence, safety, and protection. In terms of the methodology, we used a multi-method research approach, and all of these were complementary in nature because they allowed us to, 1, be able to measure the measurable indicators of the project, as well as ensure that we are able to get the deeper explanations behind the perspectives that young people have. So firstly, we had Shiriki, which served as the main data collection method, and we had a printed layer which was necessary and served as ensure that we are able to bridge the gap between those people who are not able to access the digital platform. Then we had Remesh, which complemented the Shiriki layer and the actively discussed, and through this we were able to get areas where patterns converge and even diverge. Then we also had the focus group discussions, and this allowed us to dig deeper into the different lived experiences and how they manifest across different groups. And lastly, we had the key informant interviews, and through this we were able to get institutional and thematic perspectives. So we had the total numbers as you're able to see on the screen. And one thing that I'd like to highlight about the sampling that we used a quota and purposive sampling. And so the numbers that you see on the screen represent the participants who took part in the study, and they should not be interpreted as representing all the young people across the country. So they represent the young people who took part in the study. The next one, please. Thank you. Yeah, so this is just a snapshot of what the numbers look like. The baseline study covered all counties, and these are the numbers that we had across all research methods. And lastly, we also made sure to employ both languages, English and Kiswahili, to make sure that we cover the different language preferences that participants may have. So considering the fact that this is an election-related study being conducted at a very politically sensitive time, we made sure to embed safeguarding from the outset. We made sure that participants were informed about the purpose of the study, what their participation involved, and of course what their rights included. They were also informed about the voluntary nature of the study and allowed to skip, withdraw, or even pause at any time of the study without any consequences or repercussions. Of course, considering the sensitivity of some of the conversations that we had, confidentiality was a priority, and this was well communicated to all of the participants beforehand. We employed enumerators to support in the Shiviki and printed data collection across the counties, and so we also made sure to give much priority to enumerators' well-being. And so all enumerators were informed that they should prioritize their own well-being. And so at any point of the study, should they have felt unsafe, they knew that they are allowed to stop at any point and communicate to the research team so that we can support as needed. Yes. In terms of the participant profile, this is just a snapshot of what we saw in terms of the sex, the age. As you can see, 46% of the participants are between the ages of 25 to 29. In terms of locality, the top we saw urban locality, then followed by peri-urban and rural. Language, this specifically is in terms of the online platform. 99% of participants preferred to use English. And in terms of education, this is the representation that we have, as well as employment. And this was very important because as we analyzed the findings, we were able to be able to reinforce the fact that youth are truly not homogeneous groups, and different factors truly affect their ability to contribute to any peace-building activities, and even in identifying the election-related risks that we are hoping they can contribute meaningfully to. So at this point, I will hand over to Edgar to take us through the key findings.
Yes, thank you so much, Ceci. So here we come to the heart of the research. And in this research, we targeted to answer 4 main findings. The first finding was, what are young people saying? The second, why are they not reporting? The third one is, who is at risk? And the fourth one is, what are their demands? So the young youth are not homogeneous. We try to divide them into 5 groups. The first group is young mother. Are they secure? What do they feel on their responsibility, their safety and access? The next group was youth with disability. How their accessibility that they have, do they feel protected? And what are the participation barriers that they do have? Then we try to get the student leaders, and these are people who try to get the institutional community and the digital political environments. The next group was the refugee youth. These are the people who are not voting but are really active in our civic and economic participation. And the last group was political party youth, who do the mobilization and the early warning responsibilities. So one thing that we did get, and it reflects in all layers, and this is one convergence where 91.2% of the printed tool did say that they do recognize tension rising towards the election period. And on our online platform, we noticed 90% of do notice changes in election-related around them. So we did try to read through, and where we see 91.2% see tension rising as election approaches, then do they know where to report? This is where we see that number shooting down, where people know they can easily tell that the tension are rising, but they don't really know how to report this number. Then when we go to the institution respond when these concerns do arise, we see a huge drop of 53.3%. And from this number, we can be able to see that it's not an awareness problem, it's a capacity problem. We were able to see 91.2 did really see there was increase there was increased intention as election approaches, and 81.35%, these were their demands. They demanded the training, the safe channels of reporting these cases, the protection. And the problem that we did notice is 77.6%. This is the capacity problem, where the young youth can be able to notice these tensions, but they do not really trust the system. So where does this break? We can be able to see the funnel through, where 71.7% know how to recognize this risk. When we go down, we can be able to see 70% know where or how to report this. But do they feel safe? We got 57% saying that they do not feel safe when giving this response back, and 53.3% do not trust the response. And from this we noted, trust is the major break, because one participant said state actors who are supposed to report are sometimes seen as being on the side of what was being reported. So to a vote, and we got 82% who agreed to this statement. And when we narrow down, we can be able to see 73% fear of what will happen after they report this tension. 68% the way whether reporting this issue really puts them in danger. Then 64% said they receive threats and nothing changes. Then when we go to people who have reported and seen non-action being 55%. And this really means that it's not the awareness which is the problem, it's the channel which is the problem. So going to the next slide, we try to see one thing that we noticed actually two things. The first one was economic vulnerability. And in economic vulnerability, 93% see economic vulnerability, lack of opportunity. These are the economic hardship that really lead to this tension. We have the issues of incentives, the issues of money, the issues of patronage, and the issue of inequality. So going over, we can be able to see that now this is the institution where 73% of the youth say when youth are easily mobilized with money, food, and opportunities, they will not report election-related risk because they feel personal benefit. And we put this to this statement to a vote, and it brought the issue of goonism. How does goonism appear? And it all related to the economic challenges. So going down, we can be able to see the printed tool where 93% say unemployment and economic hardship make young people vulnerable to political manipulation. Then on our Shiriki layer, we had 78% who said economic hardship is associated with vulnerability to political pressure. And on our Ramesh, we found that economic opportunity was named repeatedly as a buffer that will let a young person to refuse. And the next item we noticed was the digital spaces. And in the digital spaces, it does produce two items. We have the first, digital risk. And in the digital risk, we have the issue of misinformation, we have the issue of hate speech, inflammatory content, online harassment, and political polarization. And what does these digital spaces bring as an opportunity. We had citizen expression, public scrutiny and documentation, rapid reporting, information sharing, and youth-led early warning. And one of the highest social media platforms that we did find most of these young people did use was number one, TikTok, which came at 28.2%. Then we had Facebook coming second at 25.2%, and we later had X at 12.0%. And from this, we were able to notice that 72% have seen hate speech drive tension. Then when we narrow down, we'll be able to see 67% say self-censor over harassment. Then 25% did notice that this judge by content on its source. Previous. So what are the demands of the young people? Anyways. So previous slide. Okay.
Just a minute. You can help us announce that it is live.
Okay. And also our session is live. We'll be able to share that link. So what were the demands of the young people? 75% of the young people say they want a direct role in policy and budget decision, being able to be consulted for these issues. The next one was co-creation. They want to be involved from problem identification to solution design. The next one was influence, and in influence, 69% want their contribution reflected in the final decisions. And our last demand was accountability, where the young people, 63% wanted, they want to question decisions and translate their ideas into action. So going over to the next slide. We were able to notice that the structures do exist, where we see young political leaders really being involved in trying to be the deliberation, and existing youth and political structure became the entry point for prevention. And we have dialogue, early warning when linked is safe, credible and non-partisan mechanisms. So, how does the gap really matter? And when we drill down to the counties, we notice a county could show high level of they were able to identify this risk, but when it came to capacity of reporting, that's where we saw the divergence. Like for example, counties like Nyeri, which we had 1.2, we had Lamu at 0.9, Kajiado at 0.9. protection protests, they do participate in that came out that there is an issue of river road IDs where the participant raised that some refugees were holding fraudulent Kenyan IDs. Next slide. Now to the system view. Young people demanded more training where they have the knowledge, they can recognize the emerging risks. They want training on skills, how to identify misinformation. They want to verify, document, and communicate. We have the channels, having the right channels to know where and how to report their concerns. Then protection. They want to be protected as they participate without an acceptable risk. Then response, having institutions that act on these warnings. And the last one was feedback, where young people know what's happened. Next slide. Very visible. The youth recognize the conflict drivers. Then vulnerability does matter. The issue of hardship, exposure, exclusion, these are the factors that do increase these risks. Then we have digital spaces as central. They can amplify harm and enable prevention. Then the fourth one was the early warning chain of weakness. Detection does not ensure safe response. And the last one was youth want real influence, meaningful roles in decisions and in peace building. And so, what does this mean for Peace Pulse? The first one is building trusted early warning pathways, from identifying, verifying, reporting, responding, and getting the feedback. The second one was turn awareness into capacity, where risk identification, verification, digital safety, and documentation can be verified. The next one is make participation consequential. So consultation, co-creation, influence, and accountability. And the last one was design for different experiences. So as I'm winding up, we were able to notice that the Peace Pulse opportunity is to connect the young people to skills, safe channels, protection, responsive institution, and decision in decision-making spaces. Thank you so much. So we can open up for Q&A. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Reha Mwangi, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. However, I would like to know what's your definition of young mothers according to your research? That's the first question. Then that determines whether I'll ask the second question. We can take 2-3 more questions.
Two more questions? In your research, you had 70 under the mesh, and only 5 people on the key informs. What actually is used to use that decision? What informed that decision of just taking only 5 people from key informs and 70 from the mesh? Justification? One more question?
Yes, so Stacy will take the first question and I will take the second question.
what was this definition of young mothers?
Okay, so for the context of the young mothers, they were specifically young mothers like falling within the youth group. So,
thank you. So the reason why I'm asking that is because my assumption is that they are young fathers too. It's not just young mothers. So what I would suggest, if possible, why don't you put young parents? So that there is, from a gender sensitive point of view, let's have young parents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you so much for that. Next, to your question. This is how we did the deliberation. The first layer, we had a printed layer, which was physical, and we had an online layer, which is Shiriki. So Shiriki was distributed equally to, not equally, to all the 11 counties. Yeah. So from Shiriki, we got the response back. And from this response is where we went to the second layer. We wanted to understand why were these concerns being raised from Shiriki and from the printed statements. So we had representatives of all the 11 counties. We had around 50 people who participated in Remesh. So we put all these statements to avoid, and we wanted to understand why were these issues being raised from our first tool. So that's where we chose 50 participants in Remesh to get more context on that. Then we went ahead further to have interviews. So we had 5 interviews for the key informants. So that was the preparation of the research. So we have a question.
Were they all from one county or across the 11 counties?
Across the 11 counties.
Decided to pick on one.
Yeah.
You have 11 against 5.
Okay, my name is Joseph Siana from Gekoske, and I want to first appreciate the findings that you just gave us. My question would be, did the research also try to find out roles that you play as responders? And if any, were there any critical findings about youth as early warning responders in the society, and how that can then be scaled up with the BISPAS program?
Okay, I'll take that. So thank you for the question. Yes, we did assess the role that young people currently play, and in terms of the major findings that we had, specifically stemming from the focus group discussions, one, we found that from different group contexts, young people did not identify or pretty much understand the terms early warning and early response, but then they recognize different risks, So, but then in some contexts, we also found that young people do not feel like they have the capacity and skills to contribute to that. We also looked into whether they have peace-building structures or youth groups or community structures within their communities that support them in terms of engaging or collaborating for initiatives, and some of them did not actually have that. So for those that felt that they had the capacity, they mostly identified with what is early warning response, identifying in terms of understanding the terms. But the rest of them mainly understood that as young people, yes, we do have a role to play, but we struggle because there are many social, economic barriers that exist, and so they do limit our participation. I hope that answers the question.
Just a follow-up on that, a short one. So one of the major findings is about building capacity, translating awareness to capacity. And for us, especially as the project manager presented earlier, is that if we don't, initiate early response, then that is youth-informed, then and also youth-led, then the program will have failed. So my question is, in terms of response capacity, but of all response actors, especially, let's say, for the online conflicts. Do we have like a recognized hate lexicon for the country that can guide us and say, at this juncture, as we're going towards an election, these are the areas that we need to build capacity on in terms of the lexicon in the country, and how that continuously changes towards the general election. One thing can be hate today, tomorrow it is praised as something that seems to be.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. This is not the end of the question and answer session.
There's one more question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I love the presentation, how detailed you were, and the disaggregation makes a lot of sense. It'll be nice to, I'm glad this is like a baseline almost, right? So we can see over time the unemployment rates and correlations from there. But my question, building on the gentleman's last question, was how do we distinguish between election-related violence versus everyday violence people experience and the grievances they may have? And which do we prioritize when it comes to respond and how we respond? Are we focused on everyday problems or election-specific problems? You know, were you able to distinguish from the grievances where that might lie, the gray area? You understand? You get the question?
Yes. So yes, we were able to distinguish, and we went through with all the participants and we told them this research is for the early warning for the election. So all the response that we got was based on the information that we gave them prior to them starting answering us.
Because I do see a gap between specific community-based issues
because you're past tea break and I can see some people are not looking at me nicely. So we take our tea, but as we take our tea, I'll put up a live Menti form. You just scan the QR code and you share more of your questions. Then when we come back, we'll take more questions. Sasa, thank you so much. Have a lovely tea break. give it 1 more minute. The GACO Shiriki response and the print ones. Okay, interesting. Economic well-being directly impacts willingness to report. Risk posed by refugee youth, such as fraudulent IDs, the amount of awareness but lack of coordination in response and messaging. Thank you so much. So 8 of us have responded. If nothing surprised you, please just say so that we know you saw the question. Inadequate capacity among youth despite being aware of EWA. Thank you so much. Nothing, thank you. Thank you so much. Percentage of youth feeling threatened giving a feedback. That is so sad for sure, and it's unfortunately the new normal in Kenya. I hear you. Thank you for that feedback. Okay. We move to the third question. And there's a point on the refugee. Thank you for that. The third question, what new insights would you like us to explore further? Anything that you'd like us to explore further? I am aware there was a question that was posed on whether we can have more feedback from the KIIs. They seem few at 5, but just to clarify that, for the key informants, we were not focusing on local stakeholders, but rather national stakeholders. So stakeholders who are able to give feedback at a national scale. So there might seem few, but they are aware of the dynamics that are happening across all the 11 counties. So if you still would like us to speak to more KIIs, please put that feedback there. Or any other insight that you would like us to explore further. Anything that you have seen based on experience and expertise that you feel hasn't been captured from the report, please let us know. Okay, 0 have not responded. Do I assume that there are no new insights? Am I right in my assumption? Bado we're still filling in. Oh, Kunambili, thank you. Duty bearers perspectives, thank you. Include KII for local level who are directly aware of the dynamic context. Thank you. Thank you. We are good to go? We go to the last question. There are more coming. Include social listening, getting more data from the very urban and rural environments, definitely. Ways of working with government directly, and security state to ensure youth are not incited to disunity during election. Thank you so much. So on the social listening, this project, among the key activities that we'll be undertaking, is a social media listening. Usually it takes time to do a social media listening, but for this project it will be as frequent as the snapshot. So the moment we share concrete snapshots, there will also be another team. I know Nedo is in the house. There will also be another team that will be conducting the social media listening for this project. The idea is that we are listening both online and offline. So the snapshots will listen offline, while the social media listening will listen online for the early warning signals. Thank you so much. Thank you. While implementing early warnings, this is interesting. Culture while implementing early warnings. Would anyone want to voice that up? Whoever get this feedback. Culture while implementing early warnings. Is there anything that we need to be aware of? If you're comfortable sharing that is, or you can add more context to that comment. Culture by implementing early warnings. The person who gave this feedback, would you like to voice it up? Okay. If no, please add more details. We would like to pick that up. Thank you so much. We create a youth friendly. Thank you. I will have co-creation sessions with young people where they'll be able to come up with the platforms themselves. They will design the platform and then they'll popularize it for use across the counties as well as other counties that are not part of this project but will still benefit from this platform. At the moment we are thinking of a digital platform which will be live in form of a dashboard, but then again our young people will tell us what will work for them. Okay, thank you so much for that. We move to the last question. Anything that you feel is missing or not adequately captured in the findings that you would like us to ensure we capture it in the second phase with this baseline? Anything that you would like us to capture? Anything you feel that is missing or not adequately captured? We'd like to hear your feedback. Voices of people from the diaspora. Aha, interesting. Wow, thank you. Voices of people from the diaspora. Okay, thank you so much. Any other feedback? Integrating culture into early warning systems. Integrating culture into is about understanding how people in a community live, communicate, make decisions, and respond to danger. The lived experience component of early warning. I get you now. Thank you. Include all counties. I wish you would have given this feedback when the government was here. Maybe they would have given us more funding so that we can get to the entire country. But at this moment, we are limited to only the 11 counties. But again, as I had said, the platform that we envision to create will be digital in nature. So by it being digital, it can be accessible to all the counties in as much as the project will only be focusing on the 11. But it will be a digital, click and report form of a dashboard, where everybody will be able to access. Then there's include KA from non-state selected actors, maybe one per county. Thank you so much. Voices from persons with disability. Thank you so much. Thank you. I value this feedback. Thank you so much. I hope I have not closed the doors on anyone. As we take any question, now this is where you ask the questions. What are some of the gaps or challenges you encountered during the interviews? Did you give them compensation if this drove them to actually sit and answer your question? Who would like to? Stacy, Collins, Edgar? Did we give them compensation for them to actually sit and respond? Young people speak every day. I don't think we really need to compensate them, but let me not be the one to answer.
I think when it comes to compensation, one thing you need to understand, we use the various means to gather our data. Like when it comes to Shiriki, it was more of an online platform, so young people are just participating. It wasn't more of a, we paid them to do it, no. And unless when it came to, like basically young people were, they were offering themselves to give us the information. We didn't have to pay them to give us information. because they really see what the need of the project, and these are issues that are affecting them daily in their day-to-day life. It's just that I think there's some of, talked about challenges you encounter. I think one of the challenges that we encountered was when you were doing our research in Homa Bay, it was prior to the Linda Mwananchi rally that was to take place there. And we happened to find ourselves in a heated discussion whereby there were two borders who were having a discussion and they almost fought because they came from different camps. So I also felt like we ought to have done that research in Homa Bay after the Linda Mwananchi rally. At least we could have gotten more feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you've spoken of a critical group that also feel we need to capture their voices, the border. They are also a critical group that when you speak about young people, there are a lot of young people who are in the informal sector. So not only in online spaces, but young people in informal sector, they can also be able to give us good perspectives. Thank you so much. I'll leave this up for a few minutes. Keep the questions coming. We'll answer them as we go through the program. I hand over the program back to Hezbollah. Oh, there's a hand from Saji. Sorry.
Just a quick reaction. I think the whatever I'm glad that was brought up because they are not people we should be engaging to listen. They actually have the pulse in the community already because they are giving people rights. They are talking to people every single minute. So they should be part of our network to feel like that pulse comes to life because they are the pulse givers, They have the pulse in the community, so they should be in our network out as well, not just as a recipient saying, tell us what you think. Give some ownership of this to the whatever associations too.
Thank you so much, Sajid. Thank you.
Aha, good afternoon. 8 minutes to afternoon, it's still morning. All right. So we're going into a session where we want to hear from some of the key stakeholders in the room. Of course, I've seen them deliberating somewhere over there. So I want all of us to stand up and take 3 minutes or so of our time to exchange cards, network, get to know the one person you do not know, and we keep moving. Sawa. So we all stand up and we're going to do a speed dating for the next 5 minutes or so. Make sure you speak to as many people as possible. Make sure you get as many cards as possible. And make sure you get as many contacts as possible within those 5 minutes. Up we go. Make sure you speak to somebody you don't know. The instructions are we stand up to make it easy for us to move. We stand up to make it easy for us to move. Derek, please meet me those people again. Tell me those people again.
change the partner you're speaking to. Change the person or the partner you've been speaking to. We are on the second one. Change. Speed dial, speed date. Let's change. 2 more minutes. Get an extra card, get an extra contact, get to share the work that you're doing with the other person. Yes, change. Change, please change, speak to that other person. Alright, let's change. At least I'm sure we've been able to pick 2 or 3 cards. Alright, to those that are coming in, we are doing a speed dating where we want to know who's in the room. We want to make sure that we get contacts that we can use beyond today. Because the photographers will also get a picture of. Great. All right. I think we are good to go. Silvio. Hello. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can't hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. Let's take our seats. I believe that was an energizing exercise. Chai imeteremka kidogo, si ndio? So I'll invite Rebecca to, based on the responses that we've received, to show us.
I promise this is the last time I'll be speaking. I will not come at the front again. I've received a request. Some of us want to know what Shiriki is, especially since you mentioned about AI, online deliberation and all that. So this is the Shiriki platform, which was created by Edgar and team. It is an online platform that allows people to give feedback, but it is also AI enabled, which means that as you give your response across, AI will be prompting you to get to hear and be able to guide on the feedback that you'll be receiving. The platform is live right now. If you'd like to give us more feedback, we would also want to hear from you. So just go to shiriki.co.ke and you'll find this platform live that will enable you to give feedback. So this is the platform that was used to get the numbers that you saw. So it starts with consent, and then when you agree to start, it guides you on the different questions, and then you will proceed with the questions from there. Shiriki.co.ke. Please feel free to also go over that link and have a look at the platform.
How about the mesh?
Ramesh, okay, Edgar, please come. Sajid?
No, he's taking it.
Yeah.
I'll talk about Ramesh and others later. But
Okay.
no, go ahead. Sure.
Yes, so we had two online platforms for this deliberation. The first platform is Shiriki. So Shiriki in Swahili is participate. So the Swahili. And after this, now we can go ahead and bring all those results. So after Shiriki, we had Ramesh. So Ramesh is also an online deliberation where we used to get counties. So we had a link where people will come. We had the question that came from Shiriki, then we asked the participant. And one thing we really loved about their statements, so let's say statements like economic challenges. So when someone gives such a statement, they are all given the opportunity to vote on these statements. Yeah, so that's how we use the two tools.
Let's appreciate him for that elaborate report. And because I know we will be listening to Saji later in the day, we will get him, he will get to speak about Ramesh as part of your presentation. Okay, so thank you very much. And because we want to move this conversation forward, I will invite some of the key stakeholders we have in the room for them to be able to share their reflection. But before we do that, I want one of our colleagues who will be supporting social media listening from an organization called NENDO to come in and say a few things about social media listening so that we get to understand what we mean, what we are going to be looking at, and what we've already been able to extract from some of the other ongoing works along prevention of conflicts and peace building. Thank you very much. Karibu sana. Francis. Karibu sana, Francis.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If you can hear me, clap once. Amazing. My name is Francis. I represent NENDO, and we do research, digital research, as well as traditional research. But our main support here will be with social listening. As you know, in this country, everyone is on social media in one or the other. We have more than 44 million people on Facebook. Now, the largest platform called TikTok with about 42 million people. And you can imagine the amount of pseudo accounts, what we call fake accounts that are there, are too many, and they share the very valuable and raw feedback from people, state of mind as well as opinions. So the angle that we use for social listening is we remove the likability of the individual. For example, we have the Shiriki platform, and all of us will fill in the surveys in a way that will make us feel likable. Maybe there's a reward at the end, or maybe you just want to be represented in the right way. However, on social media, everyone will share their raw, unfiltered opinion, right? How many of us have pseudo accounts that we might use for stalking other people or sharing our opinions on the side? Most of us will do that with no profile picture and a very weird name that has numbers at the end. And those are the kind of accounts we look at, especially now that we are headed to a politically heated year, towards the end of 2026 and the start of 2027. A lot of the activity that will be happening online will be raw and very elevated. So we'll be able to sift through that data, go through opinions of people. We've done a project before where we looked at the opinions of people on female political leaders in the 2022 election. and very many opinions that came out there are things that you wouldn't expect even to see on a newspaper or on a news bulletin, but because it's online, it will be harder to find, and that's what we bring to the table. So being able to talk to the youth is one step, but the biggest thing that we bring a very big ear, because we give the platform where we can listen in on the conversation that they have. It doesn't have to be tagged to you. We see what we call unbranded mentions, and these are mentions where they are not addressing anyone, it's just people talking to each other on Twitter comment sections, on Facebook comment sections, on TikTok replies and comment sections. And this is all data that is very valuable that can contribute to the conversation that is unseen, right? We all know the mainstream media will have headlines. They'll interview 5 people in a week, and you'll be able to know their opinion. But the largest number of opinion is the one that is hidden in the internet and in the conversations that people have. So as Nendo, we bring that very raw and unfiltered data set. Expect millions of conversations that will break it down for you and bring it into a way that can help decision making and even turn the tide of our approach. Yeah. So that's a very short brief, and I'm sure you'll see more of our work as we continue on. Yeah. So thank you so much for the chance. Yeah, clap twice if you want me to hand back the mic. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's really great working with you, one of the key stakeholders we have, and we hope that this does not just end at Peace Pulse. We hope that this can go beyond Peace Pulse. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to listen to the stakeholders. We want to know what's happening in your respective organizations and what you have in store for the young people of this country in terms of peace building as we gear up for the 2027 general election. And to start us off is a very regular face in this space, works for the National Cohesion and Integration Commission that launched the action plan towards the 2027 elections. Bala, BC, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? And where can we intercede? What are you doing? Who are you talking to? And where can we intersect? Where can we complement each other's effort so that we make sure that
Thank you so much, Hesbon. Nashukuru sana. You have done the introduction na ni kama umemaliza hiyo maneno. Is it afternoon? Yes. Oh, yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Kwa majina naitwa Pasti Mishini. Natokea kaunti ya Meru. Kule kwa kina Kawira Mwangaza. Hesbon amesema kitambo kidogo nilikuwa mwanasiasa, hazikutosha ama zilibiwa, kama kawaida tunasemaga zilibiwa, and I lost with 146 votes only, lakini nikaokoka na nikaamua kufanyia wananchi wa Kenya kazi kwa njia zingine. And now I am at the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Lakini mimi wakati at the moment I was on the ground, nimeona I'm disadvantaging him. You good? Okay. Nikiwa kule ground, mimi ni take peace. Amani ilikuwa hapo kwa kitabu. Take it as the gospel truth of what NCIC is. Tafadhali. It is a great honor to represent the CEO of the National Cohesion and Integration Early Warning and Digital Safety for peaceful elections. Allow me, from the onset, to commend Search for Common Ground and all the partners involved for this timely and important initiative. As Kenya prepares for the 2027 general elections, strengthening early warning and early response mechanisms, promoting response engagement and empowering young people to become champions of peace cannot be overstated. At NCIC, we appreciate that peace is not simply the absence of violence. Peace is about creating an environment where Kenyans can go about their daily lives, conduct their businesses, pursue their education, participate in democratic processes, and interact with one another without fear. The Commission has an established early warning system through which our staff continuously monitor, document, and report incidents and emerging threats to peace and cohesion across the country. I also update Mimi Kasti. Our regional officers working across the counties serve as institutions' eyes and ears on the ground. They help us identify emerging risks, understand the dynamics within communities, and support timely interventions before conflicts escalate. This approach is particularly important as we approach the 2027 electoral period. We have seen how misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, political polarization, and online incitement can quickly move from digital spaces into our communities and potentially threaten peaceful coexistence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commission is also committed to strengthening partnerships and coordinated action towards peaceful elections. Yesterday, the Commission launched the Roadmap to Peaceful General Elections 2027, an important framework that provides strategic direction for stakeholders working towards peaceful, inclusive, and credible elections. The roadmap demonstrates NCIC's commitment to bringing together state and non-state actors, strengthening conflict prevention and response mechanisms, and promoting peaceful democratic participation as Kenya prepares for the 2027 general elections. The Peace Pulse project complements these efforts very well. We particularly welcome its focus on young people. Our youth are not merely beneficiaries of peace-building initiatives. They are important actors, innovators, and partners in preventing conflict and building peaceful communities. They are also at the center of our digital spaces, where much of today's political conversation takes place. We therefore see this project as an opportunity to strengthen the capacity of young people to identify early warning signs, respond responsibly to emerging conflicts, counter harmful information, and promote positive narratives, both online and within their communities. As NCIC, we fully support this great initiative and commend Search for Common Ground, with other partners, of course, for being an excellent and committed stakeholder in the peace-building space. We assure you of the Commission's commitment to this partnership. NCIC will provide the necessary expertise, technical support, and institutional collaboration throughout the implementation of the program and until its completion. Our responsibility as peace actors is not to wait until conflict happens before we act. It is to anticipate the risks, listen to communities, strengthen relationships, and intervene early. Let us therefore use initiatives such as Peace Pulse, to strengthen the culture of dialogue, tolerance, responsible citizenship, and peaceful participation across our country. As we work towards the 2027 general elections, our shared objective should be to ensure that the elections do not become a source of fear and division, but an opportunity for Kenyans to exercise their democratic rights peacefully and confidently. Ultimately, our goal is simple: to ensure that every Kenyan can feel safe, live peacefully, and pursue their daily activities, businesses, education, and aspirations without fear. This is the Kenya we all want, and it's a Kenya that requires all of us to play our parts. Once again, I congratulate Search for Common Ground and all partners for bringing this important initiative to life. NCIC looks forward to a strong and productive partnership through the implementation of Peace Pass project. I wish you all of us, a successful launch and a fruitful program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those were the remarks and areas of collaboration from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. So over the next break, I will recommend that if you have something that touches or you'd want to get more clarity on from NCIC, we reach out to KST. Sawa sawa. All right. I want to build on that momentum to invite somebody who's in the room. Her name is Zaituni Ramadhani. And because we're already on that peace building momentum, I want us to raise it a little higher now that NCIC has already set a benchmark, that she comes and talks to us about the NSC and whatever it is that they are doing in this regard and how we can work together. There are so many young champions in the room that would probably want to hear from you and connect to the work that you're doing both at the national, regional, and the local level. So, Madam Zaituni, karibu sana. And also, we have to know, there are a couple of other names after NSC. What do they mean?
Okay, I'll make sure before I leave here, I've explained, or rather said, habari sasa hivi Kiswahili ni ngumu kwangu, so don't think I come from the coast. I come from the other side where Kiswahili is a big problem. My brother here can attest. Kwa majina najulikana kama Zaituna Ramadhani Nasib, na I come from National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management. We are at the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. It is one thing to hear peace building, another thing to hear peace building to be in Ministry of Interior. The National Steering Committee, I just want to say a little bit about the National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management. It is a multi-stakeholder institution, and we happen to work with, we have government officers, we have stakeholders from religious based, we have others from the NGOs, and we are a cocktail of institutions joined together to make sure peace building is a coordinated activity across Kenya. I think I have said about peace building. I know most of the time we say NSC, and for peace builders we know what NSC is, but for our other partners then it is hard for us to tell what really NSC is. As my sister department here has already said, I want to go to read my speech right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me write on the already existed protocol. It is an honor to join you today on behalf of the National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management at the launch of the Peace Pass. Allow me to convey greetings from the Secretary, Peace Building and Conflict Management, Madam Josephine Onunga, who is not able to be with us today because of engagements. We have engagements of Uwiano partners. I know you know what Uwiano partners. We all know. Do I assume you know, or do I say what Uwiano partners is? I assume.
We don't. We don't.
Oh, let me assume you don't. So we have Uwiano partners engagement somewhere in the country where we are looking at election preparedness beyond 2027 election. So Uwiano Partners happen to be an institution. It has originally 12 institutions, starting with the co-chairs being the UNDP. Actually, they are said co, but we have 3 on top. So that one was nani anajua kizungu sana atueleze before we leave the meeting. So we have the IEBC, the National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management, and we have the National Commission, Cohesion, Integration Commission, and Integration Commission, the 3 of us being at the apex, and we have institutions like IEBC, we have Interreligious, we have Media Council, we have a number of 12 institutions. We have NPS, how do I forget NPS? We have a Kenya National Focal Point on small arms and light weapons. We have a number of institutions I can share with you before I leave this space. So they are sitting together to ensure that elections are peaceful beyond the 2027 election. So allow me to go back to speech again. The National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management also doubles up as the Kenya's National CIWERU, Conflict Early Warning, Early Response Unit in Kenya. So the National Steering Committee works in a way that we collect information and from different sources, starting from the peace committees, we have the youth, we have the Ngaos, and we have every other channel. Once the information reaches our desk, then we send it to relevant officers to act on it. We have our system classified in a way that it classifies. I had someone asking a question, how do you classify, conflict in terms of electoral and other conflicts? So our system classifies all conflicts in terms of electoral violences, in terms of community-based violences, and resource sharing violences, and the response is where we have a situation where we analyze these messages that are coming in. We have SMS 108, where we use SMS 108 to relay our information. We collect our information through SMS 108. We have our office numbers. You can also walk in. And we work through Ngao structure a lot. Personally, I come from Ngao fraternity. So we have, as I said earlier, we have colleagues from Ngao fraternity, we have colleagues from NPS. We work together in a cocktail, but very versatile way to make sure that things are addressed as it comes. Then going back again, I'm sorry, I will digress a little bit to maybe touch on a few things. I know questions will come. The National Steering Committee on Peace Building remains committed to strengthening partnerships and systems that supports conflict prevention, early warning, and early responses, peace building and social cohesion across Kenya and beyond the borders. We therefore welcome Peace Pulse as an opportunity to deepen our collective understanding of Kenya's peace and conflict landscape, and to strengthen the evidence based upon which peace building decisions are made. As we move forward, let us continue to build bridges between data and communities, between early warning and early action, and between institutions and the people they serve. Ensure that early warning becomes early action, dialogue becomes a tool for prevention, and community voices become an integral part of peace building and decision making. On behalf of the National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management, I congratulate Search for Common Ground and all partners involved in the development and the launch of the Peace Path. We look forward to continued collaboration and to seeing the insights generated through this initiative contribute meaningfully to Kenya's peace building and conflict prevention agenda. I wish you all a successful and impactful launch and implementation. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Any questions for her? Yes, I've seen you burning hand. That's actually
I was lecturing. I told us this is a cocktail of so many organizations with very big names, and Kenyans are still killing themselves, and we haven't seen anybody going to court. Or start the national cohesion.
We are here to know each other better and work together even easily. So Siweru Kenya has been domesticated in at least the IGAD region. Siweru was initially established by IGAD, but after establishment, then it is us, the Kenyans, to support the system that has been established. But we closely work with IGAD, actually even to respond to these violences or rather conflicts that are coming. We even have a kitty from IGAD to ensure that these violences or these conflicts, we curb them before they actually occur in terms of early warning and early response. So we still are working with IGAD. We cannot say we are under IGAD because I earlier mentioned we are a cocktail of institutions working together. So yeah, we closely work. We implement Siweru closely with IGAD and the government of Kenya, of course. We have to own the process. Have I answered the question?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Casey, you can take the stage once she's done.
Any other question before I hand over? Nauliza kama kuna swali pale. For me, yeah? Or NCSC?
For the NSC.
Okay.
In the previous years, we did an audit of the entire peace architecture in the country. And we came up with a report on the Kenya New Peace Architecture. And central to it was the establishment of a peace fund to, continuously make peace processes sustainable in the country. And there are existing processes towards pursuing that line of thought. There is some changes within the national strategy towards peace.
Okay, maybe if I understand very well, we in Kenya we reviewed our, of course we have peace structures in our system, but we reviewed the peace building structures, architecture from the lowest, and we did a research in 33 counties. I don't know if any one of you was part of the interview. And we came with a finding that we tabled before everybody was included, Senate, and in the 33 counties at least, respondents were given from the government institutions to the public, to the civil society. And the recommendations come. We had people who were named as independent panel of advisors. I am sure you have seen them, somebody like Father Mutie, Sheikh Abdullahi, Mama Shamsa. Have you interacted with these people? These people were part of that panel of independent panel of advisors. The reason as to why we had panel of advisors is the purpose of my brother here from civil society saying that so we wanted it to be owned by the independent panel of advisors. The independent panel of advisors had 13 recommendations which they tabled to the president, and the recommendations, one of the recommendations is what my brother is saying, that we have the peace fund. And after the Peace Fund, you know, money attracts a lot of reactions. Everyone here knows. Even it changes our emotions. When your pocket is a bit heavy, hata hii mkutano tutaka tunaweza enda, si ndio? That is why I think most of the meetings we make sure that payments are made after the meeting. Am I wrong? I stand guided. So it had many reactions, everybody wanting to know the institution that we can put the fund at. So it is because of that reason it was seen by many stakeholders that looking at this dynamic, then this is a challenge now. What we need to do is, why don't we implement it as stakeholders in peace building? So if I want to contribute towards the PBA, then I do it as my individual National Steering Committee and Peace Building and Conflict Management. If NCIC wants to do contributions towards peace building, maybe they want to hold a capacity building or something, then it all goes back to reviewing the implementation of the peace building, rather implementing the recommendations of the peace building architecture. So there is where we are. I don't know if I have answered you.
Finally, when are we going to have county peace committees? We had very powerful district peace committees. They were there after devolution, and when the two tiers of the government were formed, there is nothing called peace committees. We want to see county peace committees established to replace what we call the district peace committees. Is there anything in the pipeline?
Okay, I have seen somebody, representative from County Peace Committee. I will give him a minute to say how active he is. Before I give him a minute, you can kindly walk here. Peace committees are our children. We are their parents. And as early warning, early response unit, they contribute a lot in terms of giving information and also curbing those conflicts that arise. So the dynamic of peace committees is we have structures from the village level to the county level. Just before the previous election, we made sure that every county has county peace forum. After the sub-county, we have 50 peace committees in each sub-county. And after the sub-county level, then the county has representatives, at least 4 or 5 representatives representing the tribes and also the dynamics like maybe age, the youth are represented there, women are represented, and the elderly are represented. So that is how, and they sit in the county peace forum, they sit with the county commissioner and the security team to help guide in the peace building, or rather curbing the conflict before it comes to the security matter. So we have Mr. Akendo here, sitting at the County Peace Forum. He's the chairman. Allow me to introduce to you the chairman, County Peace Forum, Nairobi County.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, because I'm close on time, I will just say that the committees or the forums exist. Nairobi currently is divided into 3 sub-regions. So we have 3 county commissioners. But at the top, we have the regional peace forum, for the whole Nairobi. Then we have the sub-regional peace forums. So what existed as the district peace committee is now sub-county peace committees because of the new constitution. So it's upon each and every region and each and every area to restructure their committees to align to what is anticipated, what is required by the Constitution of Kenya. So I am surprised to hear that they are defunct. These committees are defunct. They exist, and that is why I'm here. I coordinate the entire Nairobi. So that is why I'm here. So the peace committees plus other peace actors come together to form the forum at the county or at the region. I don't know whether you've been answered because of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has done a lot he has contributed a lot, and the term they are supposed to be in office is 3 years. After 3 years, they exit and the others in camp. Thank you very much. I think I'll give my sister here to respond to the question.
Pasha, tupashe, tumpe moja.
Wow. Thank you so much. NCIC. So I'm free to call you my dad.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I feel greatly honored.
I'm also honored to be your daughter. So, first of all, I need to correct the fact that we have a new chair in the commission. It's no longer Kobi. Now we have Reverend Dr. Kefa Omai as the new commission chair. So, and you ask 2 questions. One, have we ever charged anyone in the court of law? And I will explain to all of us that NCIC has several departments. We have investigations, we have research, we have public outreach, we have peace building, all those departments. And then Department of Investigations, hapo ndio ngoma iko. That is where, when we summon anyone to the commission, they are the people to do the investigations. Once they do the investigations, we forward or prepare a file for the citizen to the ODPP. So what am I trying to say? We do not stretch beyond our mandate. Okay? So if we prepare a file for you, taking it to the ODPP, it is within the mandate of the ODPP to take you to the court. What am I trying to say? Not that we don't follow up. We have so many people who have been charged. I think it's time now the investigations department follows up to the cases and disseminates the information to the public of who and who has been charged. There are so many of them. I think it's a takeaway note that I should take to the institution that people want to know, need to see that file. And because you're from the civil society, said so?
Yes.
Yes. We have a bill that has been sitting in Parliament for 3 years, where we are seeking mandates to even prosecute. But now is no longer the issue of relying on another institution to solve the problems that come through us. So here we pray that the citizens of this country and the civil society would help us push for this bill in Parliament so that now our institution will be stronger. Now, you know, why we most of the time are called toothless dogs, Kenya, is because most of the Kenyans don't understand that we cannot stretch within our mandates. And you know, for those people who are our clients mostly are the legislators who we are relying on to give us the mandates kuwaeka ndani. Are you getting the point? Yes. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate KST for
Tupashe, tumbe moja kilo, ya pili.
Ya tatu. All right, looks like women are on fire, and the level of empowerment is on another level, because even the next speaker I'm about to invite is also.
Amen.
So allow me to invite a representative from the office of the Media Council of Kenya's Chief Executive Officer for them to give us a brief areas of look so that we can already identify them and have a lunch, as I have mentioned.
we keep talking to them. Still, we are basically opening up the conversations because we might not have enough time for us to be able to expound on everything we are doing in this room within the short period of time we have. So, karibu sana, Madam Mutiso.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Mutiso. I am here to represent my CEO, Mr. David Omoyo. I normally have a lot to say, but today allow me to just read what Mr. Omoyo has sent me, because the matter of peace and the matter of press freedom are very closely related. You saw what happened in Homa Bay. In a day, 8 journalists were seriously assaulted in a political event. And at that time, I was thinking to myself, and even today as I was seated there, I was thinking, if over 70% of the people who are going to vote are youth, if the youth are mostly misused by politicians to cause violence and to harass people, and if social media is growing, is actually the main medium where they get information, and sometimes misinformation and disinformation, then we need to ask ourselves, what is the impact of this on peace, and what is the impact of this scenario on the election, the coming election? So let me dive right in. Here, I will, please let me write on the already established protocols. So I take this opportunity to commend Search for Common Ground, the Kenya Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security, for bringing together different stakeholders around youth-led peace building. The project sees the youth as significant actors who can help identify emerging risks, promote responsible digital engagement, and contribute to peaceful communities. As you are all aware, technological advancements have brought opportunity while presenting new threats in the way information is produced and disseminated. We should therefore be alive to the fact that misinformation and disinformation, hate speech, and unverified information can move very quickly online and have consequences beyond the digital space. We have seen how online narratives can create fear, deepen divisions, and contribute to tension within communities. This means that misinformation and other harmful content should not be treated simply as an issue of media ethics. They can become a peace and security concern when they are allowed to spread without timely intervention. That is why this program is important. We must be able to identify emerging harmful narratives and tensions early enough and ensure that the relevant actors have an opportunity to respond before they escalate. Early warning is only useful when it is connected to early and responsible action. Young people have a particular vital role to play in this space. They are among the most active users and producers of digital content. We should therefore invest in their capacity to verify information, identify harmful narratives, and promote peaceful engagement online. They should be seen as information defenders and digital peace builders, rather than only as victims of misinformation or hate speech. The media equally has a responsibility in this environment, and we are all very aware of that. So as journalists, our role is to verify information before publication, provide context, and avoid amplifying content just because it is trending or generating attention online. The media has a duty to ensure that the public receives accurate and credible information, particularly during periods of heightened political tensions. At the same time, the responsibility for a safe information environment cannot rest with journalists alone. Social media and technology platforms must also take responsibility for the content that their systems amplify. We need platforms to work more closely with local stakeholders and strengthen their ability to respond to harmful content, including hate speech and inflammatory material, particularly during election periods. We must, however, be very careful how we respond to these challenges. Protecting the public from harmful information should not become an excuse to suppress legitimate expression or independent journalism. Our Constitution protects freedom of expression and freedom of media, while also making it clear that this freedom.
Many times we have had situations where violence has been triggered. Is doing. ESAP is the branch that, like I've told you, that is from IEBC. We are partnering with NPS and ODPP, the judiciary. We also have NCIC. We have the ORPP. All those agencies belong to ESAP. And many more. Now, these are the key points to note. I'm not reading a speech. I just picked the points from what was given to me to come and present them as they are. And one thing I want us to note is that we have 349 days to 10th of August 2027 general election. 349 days. Now, our basis for every engagement is this historical warning, which I would also like the Pulse team that is dealing with the youth-led early warning to have this understanding that we have the historical warning that should never, ever depart from our mind. Most of the youth that we have now may not have a proper understanding of it. That is the Kenya we must learn from. 1992, 1997, and particularly 2007, 2008 post-election crisis. That time, most of the youth were either babies that are there now, or they were toddlers. So they may not know about the running that took place, the lack of commodities in the supermarkets that was there. They may not have a proper understanding of it. And as ESAP, we often say we need to repeat this story time and again so that our youth understand that where we came from is not an easy place. Like Derek took us through the paper tearing this morning. That is the place where we were. It left us very disintegrated, and what we have are pieces that we're trying to put together. We need to have that understanding and be careful not to go back there. I want us to say that, to understand that everyone that is standing with us, and I believe that even Peace Pulse, please let them have and see those pictures also and see what really happened so that they will know that the price for peace is not anything we can joke with. Now, these are the IEBC's 5 pillars for security ahead of 2027. Number 1, a credible voters register. That is the foundation of security. IEBC is targeting 28.5 million voters, up from 22.1. That is in 2027, up from 22.1 in 2022. The register must be well prepared. So we've started early. We are still going on with the registration of voters. and it will stop 90 days to election. The registration and the transfer, any workings on it. But after that, we'll have the audit and then the gazettement 60 days to the election. So that is the first thing we are doing. One first pillar. Second pillar is enforcement of the law. Enforcement of the law. Starts of the election period. When we start, we have the election period. We can operationalize electoral code of conduct and the Election Offences Act. Our commissioners are committed to enforcing this without fear or favor. Breaches must have consequences. Thirdly, IEBC is committed to zero tolerance to violence. We cannot have a credible election in an environment that is full of incitement, intimidation, disorder, and anarchy, because it violates Article 81. Democracy must be fierce in debate, but disciplined in conduct. Fourthly, early preparation and transparency. I want to note, standing on ESSAP, last 2022, ESSAP, we began the ESSAP process sometime in October. But this time we have started the process early, and we have seen our partners are calling us on board, like Peace Pulse launch has come early. I think that is a good thing. It is also the way we are going to ensure that we have security come 2027. And fifthly is ESSAP, which I talked about, multi-agency collaboration. No single institution can deliver it alone. IEBC is collaborating with NCIC, Sister Commission, political parties, NPS, the civil society, development partners, and citizens. All of us have a stake in this. All of us have a stake in 2027. We were laughing and saying, there was a time we thought the word independent was good, until we realized that we cannot really be as independent as we think. We can be independent in decision making, but we rely on other people to stay independent. The roles assigned to the media: don't just report, shape the conversation. To the political leaders, show grace, restraint, humility. The sovereign power belongs to the people. No political office is worth the blood of a Kenyan. To the youth, this is the largest voting bloc. The youth are an asset in our quest for peaceful election. We therefore call on them to be agents of peace, not instruments of violence or destruction. The digital space needs to be made safe for peace to be cultivated. Our call is IEBC belongs to Kenya, and therefore we all have rights. We all claim rights, but right holders must also be duty bearers. We all bear the duty to cultivate peace. Hold yourself with the same high standard that you demand. That is our call to Kenyans. They demand very high standards, but we pray that they also hold themselves with the high standards that they demand. The core message for 2027, prepare for peace today, not on election day. Choose dialogue over division, issues over emotions, and rule of law over violence. I add by saying elections is about laws. Yet elections are very emotive. But whatever emotions we feel, the law that we have put in place as Kenyans will carry the day. Many activities are already beginning, and I just want to inform of one, The closest one is on 2nd of September 2026, which is high-level national election security conference that will be the composition of those that will meet are the heads of each one of these bodies. We're talking of IEBC chair, we're talking of NPS IG, talking of NCIC chair. They will have a meeting, a roundtable meeting conference to talk about security facing 2027 general election. That is all I have for us. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless you.
Pasha, 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 tupashe, tupashe, tupashe. Pasha, pasha, moja, mbili, tatu.
All right, thank you very much. On that note, I would like to bring in a sister institution that was mentioned, Mr. Kenneth from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good afternoon. Good afternoon. Kwani mmechoka? Mko sawa? Are we going to maintain peace? Yeah. Are we going to be peace ambassadors? Allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. And before I can give a few remarks, allow me to ask how many of us belong to political parties? You're waiting. Wow. So less than 2% of the people in this room belong to political parties. How many are waiting to join a political party? They are waiting. Or once they win, then you can join. Okay, that is very interesting. The reason why I asked how many of us belong to political parties is because, matters of this nation cannot agree. Political parties are the vehicles that our leaders use. Is it true? And if they are political parties and we are citizens and do not belong to these parties, then who belongs to these political parties? And we as peace ambassadors must also belong to these political parties so that we can shape even the conversations that are in our political parties. So that, for example, if I'm a member of Kenya Patriots, I can, as a young person, shape the conversation of why we need, as a party, we need to embrace peace. Is that true? So we have a role to join political parties. And as the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, we have tried to make it very easy for Kenyans to join political parties. So using your phone, you can just dial *509#. Once you join 509, you do 509# and register. You can join a party, you can check your status, and you can also resign from a political party. So I hope as we are going for lunch, we can join, resign, but as you resign also, join a political party. And what is also worrying is that as even as we speak about youth, we have 25 registered members of political parties. Only 17% of them are youths. So we as young people mpo, comrades mpo, we have a call to also join these political parties to shape the governing bodies so that we can also have a say in terms of even the activities of political parties are undertaking and even the initiatives of our peaceful country. Allow me to touch briefly on the mandate of the Office of Registrar of Political Parties. Under Section 34, the office is mandated to register political parties, and currently we have 98 registered political parties in Kenya. So that means that, in fact, I think this room, everyone can join a political party. And we still have more. We have 98, we have 34 provisionally registered parties. Those ones are of the pipeline, so probably before heading to the general election, we might have about 100 political parties in Kenya.
The other mandate under Section 34 is to regulate political parties, and that is compliance, which is done all through, even during election period. We check compliance of political parties. And lastly, we administer the political parties fund, which is currently we have 48 parties that are receiving the fund. And under this fund, if a party manages to get SIGs, that includes the youth, they get a 15% of the fund. And under that fund, political parties are mandated to use 30% of it on SIGs. So if youth are also members of parties, you can advocate for 30% to be used in peace initiatives and other things within the political parties. Allow me to also thank the Research for Common Ground for launching a very fundamental aspect as we approach the general elections. Peace is very fundamental, and as an office, we look forward to further this discussion on areas of partnership and collaboration that we can have together so that we can spearhead this. Prevention is very fundamental, as we all know, and that is why I would say it is a very timely time, because we have about now less than 12 months to the election. So this is the time to start that conversation. And this conversation, we in the room are supposed to even take it down to the grassroots level. So we also have an assignment, even as we go for Christmas and everywhere else, to go to the grassroots and talk to people about peace, tell them about the peace initiatives that we are undertaking and what they need to do to ensure peace. As my senior who was just here had spoken about 207, under the Kigali report, Section 38 of the Political Parties Act gave birth to the Political Parties Liaison Committee, which is a dialogue platform between political parties, IEBC, and the Office of Peace. It is not just one person's matter or show, it is a stakeholder approach. And this is a wonderful beginning. And as an office, we encourage that stakeholder approach towards working together to ensuring that this country is safe. We have also been engaging youths on matters of peace and other capacity building. We have been doing university tours to just talk to the young people in the universities. We have had a youth summit and also trying to educate young people on matters of even gender-based violence, which transits from online to the ground. So as an office, we are always committed, and we are committed to working with like-minded stakeholders to ensure that peace prevails and that we work together towards a peaceful elections come next year. Thank you and God bless you.
Right, coming from the back, sorry. You can clap for me again.
On that note, now I want us to see what the gentlemen have for us. So I'd like us to welcome, to acknowledge the presence of a representative from GEC. Though they do not want to speak, they are happy to sit in and listen. At the back, you can just wave to us. Thank you very much, from the National Gender and Equality Commission. Number two, now I am moving to the last 3 or so speeches before we get to the keynote. And before I go to the players, because we have some election, we have some politicians in the house, I would like us to hear from the National Police Service. So allow me to welcome Dr. Duncan on behalf of the team at Interior, or on behalf of the NDMU, so that he can also share his remarks. When crisis strikes, he's the person who's not going to be sleeping. Sindio? Si hata saizi kukiwa tu na mafuriko kidogo, tunaanza kuuliza NDMU iko wapi, sindio? Now imagine the magnitude of conflict that is coming if we do not do anything. Are you going to really sleep?
You cannot. Thank you very much. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. I'm Dr. Duncan Ochieng, as I had said earlier. I'm the Director of National Disaster Management Unit, National Police Service. With the earlier protocols observed, let me ride on that so that I can be very quick in trying to outline some of the key important issues that we may undertake as the National Police Service, and more specifically as the National Disaster Management Unit. As you may all be aware, the National Disaster Management Unit is concerned with the coordination and also issues of national capacity building in terms of preparedness, early warning, and response to emerging risks in the country. Some of these risks are basically, from our perspective, from natural hazards, but we have seen trends of technological hazards also coming into play, and some of these we can say issues of civil unrest has also been manifesting itself in Kenya for quite some time. And this disorder is what we may not want to see during the electioneering period. So we know there are electoral tensions, and when they are left undetected, then the country may not go in the right direction. We'll have lives lost, injuries, property destroyed, livelihood destroyed, and by the end of the day, some people may be displaced, and that may not be very good. So on the part of the National Police Service, you realize that we have a responsibility at this point in time to continuously maintain law and order, safety and security of all Kenyans. And this concept of the Peace Pearl, the Peace Pearls now offers the police a great opportunity to be able to at least look into the digital safety and also counter misinformation and disinformation. It is important for us, together with the NCIC, to ensure that we check on some of these issues that may bring about tension and arrest the situation before, or flag them out before it escalates to a violent crisis. I want to say that the social media, or the new media, has been there with us, and it will continue to be there with us. And these platforms play a very powerful dual role in the civil unrest that we face in the country. And so when we now talk about the digital safety for a peaceful election, checking on the pearls will be very important, because when members of the public, especially the youth who are engaged in the new media platforms like those TikTok, WhatsApp, Facebook, and all that, those platforms usually amplify disinformation, ethnic polarization, and even rapid mobilization that can escalate into violence if not monitored early enough. So we have seen vices coming up, like extreme hate speech through the social media. We have seen online polarization, cyberbullying, trolling, and even terrorism manifesting itself through these platforms. So it will be important for us to continuously monitor these so that we can be able to ensure that conflict and peace building processes are undertaken. The reason why this is happening is because of the virality of the social media, because of the conviviality, because of the communality and the participative cultures that the new media has into perspective. This is something that everybody enjoy using, and there's that issue of anonymity and mask identities and so many other factors. So as the National Police Service, I would want to assure all who are here today, all the stakeholders, that we have taken elaborate efforts to ensure that the 2027 general election will be very peaceful. I know you have of late experienced goons and gangs, but I want to speak on behalf, or I want to echo what the Inspector General of Police has guided, that we go for the goons and we subdue them and take them to court. Then we go for the financiers and also drag them to court. If we are able to do that, then we'll have a very peaceful election. I know majority, as you have said, 70% are youths, and they rely on the social media to be able to organize their activities. But with the Peace Pulse, we'll be able to monitor, we'll be able to get information early enough, and we'll be able to intervene as quick as possible. We don't expect any Kenyan to lose life, and we expect the IBC to do their work in the best way forward. So this launch could have not come at a better time than this. It is coming at a time when we really need to work together so that we can ensure the citizens or the youths are well informed and they are able to have a peaceful election by the end of the day. Now, to the general public, and particularly those young people we are talking about, this project is designed to serve a very simple message. That is to ensure there is peace before, during, and after the election. And this is our responsibility as young people, that we need to ensure we have that shared national duty of delivering a peaceful election. The counties that have been chosen, the 11 of them, they represent a meaningful cross-section of our country diversity and its historical hotspots. So they were not just chosen. I know the baseline survey has got some data, some statistics that informed why this county and why this county. So it is a representative. And this is based on earlier incidences that we have always had as a country. So those communities in those countries should see this pulse, this peace pulse, not as an external intervention being imposed upon them, but as a platform that amplifies their own voices and strengthens their own capacity to protect their neighborhood, their families, and their futures. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to a credible election that is built along the process before and even during the election. So our input will be very important in ensuring that IEBC delivers a credible election. And whatever input we have, I know there are so many forums that are taking this election 2027 into consideration, and by the end of the day, it is for the good of all Kenyans. I think with those few remarks, I wish the Peace Pulse project every success, and I look forward to the tangible outcomes it will deliver for us in those counties and also in our society as a whole. I thank you, and God bless you all.
Tuchukue maua, chukua ya blue, ya black, ya yellow, chukua, tupashe moja.
I hope those flowers give you peace.
All right, with that level of assurance, I'm excited about the next 12 months, to be honest. The 349 days will not be difficult because we have that level of buy-in and commitment from the stakeholders. I'll be inviting a representative from the Great Lakes region to share their remarks. And that actually will terminate my job here today. After that, I will hand over back to my country director so that she can invite the next level of speakers after that. And why do you think we are working with the ICG Lab? This is because Kenya is a member of that community, number one, and they do have lots of governance interests in that. So when Kenya bleeds, the rest of the commission, the Great Lakes Commission region, also bleeds. So we're happy to hear from you on how we can continue working together. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Standing on the established protocols, my name is Dr. Thomas Mose. As I told you, I have some challenge of voice, but I will still try my best. I'm the regional director for a body called International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, the Regional Youth Forum. It might not be very familiar with most of us, but I want to introduce it to you. We have 12 member countries that came up and created ICGLR. These 12 countries include Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, Angola, Democratic Republic of Congo, the Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, the Republic of Southern Sudan, and the Republic of Sudan. So those are 12 countries. Why it formed is to look at the issue of peace in the Great Lakes region. As you know, the epicenter of lack of peace is in the DRC Congo because of the resources, the minerals. You have that history. So those countries came up together to look for interventions to create everlasting peace. In the struggle to that, they realized, the heads of states realized that young people are the main players in that conflict. The reason is the Youth Forum. So our secretariat is located in Nairobi. Absa Towers, 15th floor, working on 5 thematic areas. One of which is key, is peace and security. The other one is democracy and good governance. One is social issues. And lastly, cross-cutting issues. The mandates of this body, so like the young people in Kenya can go and learn something from the young people from Kenya can go and influence peace in Central African Republic. The young people from Central African Republic can come to Kenya and tell you the importance of peace. And for you, if you want to know the importance of peace, visit the refugee camps. I think some of our members who are here are from the refugee camps. They will tell you stories of what peace means. So that's one of the mandates among others. So small journey, which is started some time back, where we have an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. We have the Karamoja, Karamojong. I think you have heard about the Karamojong people. We had lot of activities in that region to create peace. We hosted some summits, the youth summit. They made some declarations on why we should keep peace as we approach elections. We have also engaged, or we are planning to engage in sports for peace in areas like Turkana, and also some activities in the refugee camps in Turkana. We are also engaged, and we keep engaging in intergenerational dialogues, so that there is a lot we can learn about peace. It's not a silo, it's not a closed circuit. We have to discuss amongst our generations, the older generations, the newer generations. We need to really share space, as you can see. That will be very important. We also, in our collaborations with the Search for Common, the causative agent. What causes this, or what pushes young people towards lack of peace? How do we go in early warning and early response initiative? And what I've seen from the areas you have mapped, the 11 areas, we are in these areas like Migori. Our next activity this financial year in government is to have a youth summit. We have committed the Cabinet Secretary for Youth to that deliverable, to deliver a youth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful that you were able to host us, to see what you are doing, and we are part of this discussion. Thank you so much.
Very well, asante sana. Tusaidie kupasha makofi.
Can I organize that? Because I belong to the old school then. I want to organize this one of moja. When I say moja, unapiga moja. Pili. Tatu. Funga. Fungua. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's intergenerational, and therefore we have to apply cross-generational. Somebody who vying to be the speaker for Mombasa County Assembly, and he's the youngest ever who has ever attempted to become a county assembly speaker. I will also take another slide. We also had a young lady who soon after campus also took to become an MCA, and she came out as number 2 with a difference of about 140 votes. So she'd have been. Would have had to ask who is the youngest between the two had she entered the county assembly of Meru. But today we have the honor of hosting Honorable Vikings, who comes from Homa Bay County. We know Homa Bay is now very popular. I think everybody knows where Homa Bay is. And so we'd want to have your remarks and give us the opportunities. What are the opportunities for peace building in such an environment? Karibu.
We must promote peace in our communities. We must promote peace in every space that we are in. But more importantly, we are also looking at peace during an electioneering period. And important to note is that as a country we have started an electioneering period, and therefore peace is a very important component of this period and the reason as to why we must discuss it. As I have said before, I am a product of political and electoral process. Earlier, I was the chairman of University of Nairobi Parklands campus. It would be around 2018, 19, 20. Then in 2022, I transitioned to now the real politics, where I vied as a member of County Assembly, that is the MC position, in Homa Bay County. And I am glad that I have seen different actors. You know, as a player in a political process, it is good that I have noted the presence of the police. It is good that I have noted the presence of IBC. I have noted the presence of ORPP. I have noted the presence of ODPP, which is also annexed now to the judiciary. And I have also noted the presence of different players who are involved in promoting peace. I want to say that all these actors, at one point or another, I have interacted with them. In 2022, when I transitioned from becoming the chairman of university now to Homa Bay, I was in a political party that I will not mention here. And I'm mentioning it because I saw the office of ORPP. So I was an active member of a political party, participated in the nomination exercise, and they call it washed thoroughly. But I was edged out, of course, unfairly. And you know, no politician or no leader would say that he was rigged or defeated. So I was edged out unfairly, went to that party's tribunal to challenge the nomination exercise. 3 days later, the tribunal ordered for a fresh nomination exercise. And because the constitution of the party said that they can do nomination in different forms. They can do it through universal suffrage, ile unapanga laini unapigia mtu kura. They can do it through consensus, and they can do it through direct ticket. So we had earlier participated in universal suffrage, and because I now appealed, and the tribunal had quashed the nomination exercise and ordered for a repeat, the party said that they will not go for that repeat. They are now giving direct ticket. So again, then I went back to the ground and started my campaigns. On the, I think it was 9th August. Now I met with the full wrath of IBC. And I must say that I saw their representative here. They did a very good job, because I was unfairly edged out during the nomination. It is the IBC that saved me, because they were able to now count the votes as they were, and because my votes were high, I was leading, so they had no option but to declare me. So IBC declared me as unfortunately, and because ODPP is here, ODPP is also annexed to the judiciary. My victory was quashed at the magistrate court for fresh elections. Presenting Oscar School in the County Assembly of Homa Bay. So from then, I have been in service and serving the great people of West Kasipul, who sent me to the County Assembly of Homa Bay. During this entire process, I have also encountered, and some people invest their finances, their resources, some invest their time, some invest their emotions. There is somebody who you will never see him or in any public space. He or she will never contribute even a cent to your campaign. has deeply invested emotions or his emotions that he or she wants this candidate to be the winner or to be declared to represent that particular electoral space that person is buying. Therefore, during this entire process, we've had to encounter peace, just as I've said. And what I want to reiterate, which has been said here, this issue of this animal called peace starts with me, and then it goes to you. We cannot talk about peace, we cannot promote peace if myself, I am the one perpetuating the absence of this peace. So it starts with me, it goes to you, and then we can now involve the third party. How does this operate? On 20th of September, for example, that's an example, I attend a function or a political event, and maybe I have an opponent, he or she talks evil about me. On 24th, 4 days later, I am sure we are going to meet again. I mobilize people, and I don't want to say goons, but mobilize people. Then when he's talking, people heckle. When that gets rough with him, on 28th, he will have to avenge. Took some food without the husband's knowledge and went to see David. And he found David on his way to attack the husband. So she went with food and gave David. It is at that point that David, out of the magnanimity of Abigail, that David stopped his revenge mission to the wife, to the husband of Abigail. That is what I saw that was stated here, what we call de-escalate. It was out of the process of de-escalation by Abigail that made David not to attack the husband of Abigail. And therefore, even as political players, we are the first people who must de-escalate.
I said that we are going to change the narrative. Yeah. And I believe we have changed the narrative in this room. Absolutely. And we've got very many young people in this room who are doing very incredible work. And so when we are talking about 2027, it is not in the absence of young, youthful leadership that is in this country. So I want to thank Mheshimiwa for that. Allow me to quickly transition to the keynote. Before that, I want to recognize the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education representative is stepped out. So that's another very important actor, because when we're talking about elections, it's not just about those of us who have the card. The children in schools are talking about it, and sometimes the children are also the ones that give us the signals. 2007, if we had listened to the children, they were already telling us what is happening. The early warning was very clear from the children. On that, sometimes we do not consider them as credible actors. But as peace builders, we totally appreciate the role that children and youth play. And so in our peace building work, we do not limit ourselves to just youth. And by Kenyan standards, above 18, we take it a little bit lower. We engage children and adolescents in the peace building work. I believe we are going to find avenues for doing this. It is my privilege to introduce our director, who is the director for children and youth, Saji Prelis. Saji has over 20 years working with youth movements and youth-focused organizations. He has worked in over 35 countries all over the world. Sorry. He has, he's also the co-founder and is chairing the first UN CSO donor working group that he co-founded in 2010. So the wisdom we're bringing here is wisdom that through about 2 decades. He's the current co-chair of the Global Coalition, also the one that rallied youth to develop the first instrument adopted by the UN Security Council 2250 in 2015. I'm sure he will talk about that. Saji has been recognized and received the Luxembourg Peace Prize for his outstanding achievements in peace support. He is currently working to ensure that the Africa Union adopts a youth strategy, the Youth Peace and Security Strategy. Kenya is not left behind. Through Saji's work with the coalition, Christine and team, the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security, have rallied over the last 4 or 5 years to see that the Kenyan government adopts a national youth peace and security national action plan. So currently we are rolling out efforts to see that we get a roadmap for the Kenya peace and security agenda. And through the work that Saji is doing, he has seen several countries in the continent do this. So it is my singular privilege to bring Saji here to help us look at the work we're doing, not just from our unique organizations, but to give us the big picture. What is this that we are all putting together? What is all this that we are weaving together? And how do we contribute to the peace building that youth all over the world are working hard towards? Let's welcome him with a round of applause to give us to provide us the keynote address for this event. Karibu Saji.
Awesome. Thank you, Judy. That was way longer of a bio that you read, but very kind and generous of you. Thank you so much. All of you have been seated here all day and listening to people, amazing, brilliant people talking to you. I want to change the dynamics a little, if you don't mind, first. So I'm going to ask Felix in the room. Yes, I see you here. Can you take 30 seconds to make sure this room is energized, but also present?
Sure.
Yeah, because we've been seated. Let's get some energy going.
I agree with you. So, hi everyone. Hi. This is my co-chair. My name is Felix Orwaka, co-chair Kenya Coalition Youth Disability. I just want us to have 30 seconds to just energize. So I appreciate if you all stand. I don't use the microphone, eh?
Some people
say we for the coordination purpose, just say wawa. We wawa. Imagine on your nose walking this morning and you look at them and say wawa. We wawa. I just have 3 instructions for you. So if I say peace, just ensure that you just raise your hands like this. Ensure. I'm not saying you do like this. Actually, ensure you raise your hand like this so you can feel it. Peace. Just enjoy it. Peace. Nice one. So if I say pulse, ensure that you just look at the pulse. Just pulse, yeah? Pulse. Pulse. So I'm not saying pulse. I'm saying pulse. Pulse. Nice. So, and if I say youth, ensure that you just do right, then left. Youth, right, then left. So, peace, no, peace like this, eh? Then the pass, you give me pass. Then if I say youth, you do right, then left. Okay, so I have a small story for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember that youths, right? You are supposed to be doing. So if I speak any word that I've offered you to do instruction, you do the instruction.
Yes.
Until I give you another word that I requested you to do instruction. So, good morning, everyone.
Good
It's fun, it is afternoon.
Wow.
Youths in the entire nation of Kenya are looking for peace everywhere. But things of the past that we have with us, that Peace Park project are looking for the youth to ensure that they take lead for the issue of peace. But what is the meaning of the past that we're talking about? So ladies and gentlemen, youths, together with the Peace Path Project, are looking for a peaceful nation.
Wow. Wow, thank you, thank you. Please give him a louder round of applause. Thank you again, Felix, for that impromptu but spot on. Thank you. Again, Judy, thank you for the warm welcome. It is a privilege to be here. I feel like I'm coming home whenever I'm here in Nairobi or Mombasa. So thanks again for bringing me home. I'm going to introduce myself beyond what she just read. So we have a conversation today. How many of you know with this country? Do you recognize this country? What country is it? No, you can't answer that question. Who could answer this question? This is a conversation, so please. Yes, what's this country?
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka. It's a small tropical island, a teardrop island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. I grew up there. As a young boy growing up, my life experience, my first memories, as I think about being young, was my parents, my grandparents, my aunties and uncles telling me, don't wear the color red and go with 2 or more boys together. In Sri Lanka, guys holding hands, walking on the street with the arm around their shoulder is very common. But at the time, wearing red means that you're wearing a Communist Party label, that means you're fighting against the government. So you could be kidnapped. If you are 2 or more boys, again you're conspiring against the government, your chances of being kidnapped is very high. And then what happens is you find your dead body washed ashore on the beach. You meet later. Tortured with your fingers, nails pulled out. So that was my first experience. Many years later, in 1983, I thought the conflict was from somewhere else, far away. Not in my town, it's far away. Till I actually saw the smoke coming about the tree line. And I still thought, it's close, but they're fine. I grew up in a peaceful family, peaceful street, no one is going to harass us, till this violence came to my streets. Where I saw my friends I went to school with, the girls I had a crush on, who were darker skinned than me, were seen as enemies. So they were taken out of their house, hacked to death, burnt alive, their houses burned, everything looted. That was my upbringing.
Tamils and Sinhalese.
Pardon?
Tamil and Sinhalese?
Yes. I was from a Sinhala community, a majority community, that saw the other as the enemy because we didn't have a common language to speak. My mother was a teacher. Everyone knew her because she was a teacher. Everyone knew her. A friend of mine, not a friend actually at the time, that person was part of the rebel groups killing the so-called enemies. They saw me and thought, oh, that is Mrs. Prade's son, he's okay. Because I was lighter skinned, I looked like him. But my friend I was with was darker skinned. He was shot right in front of me as I was holding his hand. And I thought I was shot, and 3 days later I had the opportunity to take revenge. The most difficult thing I did in my entire life so far is walking away in shame because I didn't take revenge. If I took revenge, I was working towards the people I care about. I was representing my tribe, my people, my ethnic group. If I walked away, that means I'm walking away in shame because I was not standing up to the enemy. Now, I have the wisdom to know walking away was the most courageous thing I did. That's why I became a peace builder. And I recognize among young people I work with, the same ideals are there. So with that background, I want to walk you through a few things. But before I do that, how many of you know about the global agenda called the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda? Show of hands, how many of you have heard of this? Few of you have heard of the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda, not many, right? So can I share with you what it is, how we got started? Because it was people like you in this room who shaped this global agenda. So you're standing on the shoulders of giants, of other young people, and need to tell you their story as we talk about this topic today. Yeah? Okay. So the global context, when we were studying this many years ago, 200 years ago, no. We wanted to understand what is the picture about young people? Why do we care about young people? Almost every speaker said we need to take young people seriously. But why? They're just like everybody else. Why should we? Let me give you the global picture first. What do you see in this image? This is the median age of the countries around the world. The median age of the population in each years. The yellow, their 20s. And then you see orange as 30s. Can you guess what the median age of the continent of Africa is? We are in the continent of Africa. What's the median age in this continent? Take a guess. Pardon? What do you think is the median age? 18? Speak up.
Yes. The teens.
The teens, yes, but what did you? It's 19. 19 is the median age across Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Can you guess what the youngest country is in the world with the youngest population? You can cheat, you see it. It's Niger with a 14.5% is the median age in the entire country. So imagine walking on the streets and all you see is 14-year-olds. That's the median population. So this is one reason why we need to understand youth demographics. It's a demographic reality we are walking in. In Kenya, what's the median age? 20. 20. So everywhere you go, you're walking and you're engaging mostly who? Young people. So it is not by accident we have to focus on young people. It's a demographic reality too. But beyond that, around the world, only 2.7% of parliamentarians are below the age of 30. We talked about political leaders. Only 2.7% are below the age of 30 globally. In Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, who are ruling on behalf of younger people and making decisions on behalf of young people. The median age of a president, prime minister, head of state, 60s to 80s now. And we have a 92-year-old head of state also now in this continent. So when you think about leaders who are, there's a mass age difference. Do they have a pulse of the younger generation's worldviews, fears and aspirations as they lead and make decisions on behalf of the population they're serving? It should be a no-brainer, but is this something you agree with on the screen? Do young people trust their governments? Show of hands that if you agree that young people don't trust governments traditionally. That's the evidence that is showing, and the room is green, right? And you see this in the street protests around the world. We did a report not long, actually a month ago. We researched 200 countries and territories. So there's about 200 countries that are now often countries total. Every country in the world and a territory in the world they have had some form of protest. Right? Even this country had a vast history of protest. What we found was startling. The 4 things that lead to these protests, these are the main findings from every single country in the world. over 500,000 data points we reviewed. That's 500,000 data points. The main reason why people protest is corruption and elite privilege. Young people are asked to go to school, study hard, do your thing, get a job. But they follow the rules, they go to school, they try to get good grades, or when they get out, there's no job opportunities. They only see certain people getting jobs, not everybody getting jobs. So they're following the rules, but their rules are being broken. Public services are failing. Happened here too. Economic insecurity, here and around the world. Arrogance and power of repression. When people express their fear that our social services are failing us, traditionally how do governments respond? With power and arrogance. What does it do? It confirms that these people are bad. And that's why young people take to the streets. And it actually confirms that governments are not listening to young people. When this could be a trigger to say, maybe we are doing something wrong. Maybe we should have a dialogue. Maybe the peace committees and young people through intermediary dialogue should be engaging each other. But we don't see that way as government actors. We see it as a threat and we try to squelch it. So we are actually doing harm with our intention of trying to serve the people. The other startling finding is every country, 99.2% of all these protests, think about this, 99.2% of all these protests have been non-violent. But what's the conventional wisdom say? Protest means a threat, protest means violence. Evidence shows it's not true. 99% around the world have been non-violent. And this is a startling number too. For the first time in history, the children and youth that are inheriting this world are far more in debt than their parents' generations have been. Up till recently, each generation has been slightly better off economically than the parents' generation have been. But this time, they're switched. So this fear is very real. And young people actually know that because they see it in their family. There are less food to eat. There's more instability, cost of living going up. They see this. And even today I heard this conversation, so I wanted to bring this up a little. We often associate with violence a little. We always say young people are armed, so the response is we need to reduce young people involvement in violence, which noble, makes sense, yes? But what we know in this is the system that is beyond above them, that's pulling strings. If you're only saying put down the guns, but ignore the system that is violent in itself, we're not addressing the root causes of the problem. So this is what people are also saying, you're talking to us about why don't you disarm the big people who have the money, who are making money off of us and our hunger. So it's important to understand the external systems that are at play when you think about violence prevention. And then at the same time, we talk about peace. The word peace was used probably about 30 times today. What we also know is that peace moves only at the speed of trust. It cannot be fast-tracked. In our world, are we building trust first so people can give us the information and have a dialogue with us in a way that actually matters to them? So the early warning system ultimately the pulse is about a trust relationship. The better the trusted people are to you, the more honest information you're getting. Because one of the baseline serves is, why would I want to disrupt my food chain? If I lose that, I won't get anything. But if they trust us that they are not going to be outed, you're going to get more information. So this is why trust is so critical for this work. So with this background in mind is how we said, how do we move away from this troublesome narrative of young people as a problem to young people as partners? So Governments, policymakers often respond to youth leadership from a place of a panic approach, a policy panic. Young people on the streets, we need to put police or military or other forces to quell their expressions. With the policy panic-based approach. And what we wanted to do was shift it to say, what's the policy opportunity here if we engage between government and young people as partners? And that shift was a policy opportunity shift we wanted to create at a governance level. Because of time, I don't want to go into the stories behind it, but one I want to pull out here. This woman here from our neighboring country, Central African Republic. She was one of the first women to testify at the UN Security Council. When we tried to do this is a UN Security Council. There was a closed-door meeting by the P5 permanent members and several other countries, much older, established and all. They've never brought young people to testify at the Security Council. And we said, why don't you? Reaction after that became now a Security Council resolution that established a norm framework that now has regular young people coming to testify at those open debates. So the lesson here is, just because the door is closed or something has never been done, doesn't mean it should. You can change. But ask them a question, simple question, helps you open the opportunity also. What we did to create this over the many years was we wanted to create a set of norms. So when I say this at a global level, you should be thinking, what are the norms we are trying to create through this work between elections, governance, violence prevention, and young people's leadership in this. And the third, at the community level or national level, what does policy shaping look like when young people are involved as partners? Are we financing it in the right way so young people don't have to create 50 pages of reports to just get $10,000? Right? So those are things that we have to think of when you think about systems change. So we realized we can't do this alone. So we created this, what Judy said, the Global Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security. Over 150 organizations from UN agencies, the African Union, European Union, all these regional bodies are part of this global coalition now. What I wanted to bring out, such quote just this, but what I wanted to bring out is two big lessons because I think it's relevant for the work you're doing. One is that we were bringing institutional power, so UN agencies, even INGOs are very bureaucratic, very vertically power structured, right? We have titles, positions. To get anything done, you have to draft a concept note, you have to draft a memo, you have to wait for 3 weeks to get permission to do anything. Right? It's a big process. It's a very bureaucratic organization. And then you have youth organizations, sometimes grassroots women's groups. They're not so hierarchical. They're network power. Institutions with organizational governance, with network power. To collaborate when they have never collaborated before. So that they can have a collective level impact. So this model of our work recognizes we can't say, oh, this is bad because they have bureaucracy. We still have to work with them. But recognize each one has different forms of power. So one is vertical, one is horizontal. How do you work together to have collective impact? So that's a governance organizational model as we think about making sure young people are part of this effort. The second lesson is that we recognize we're trying to create new systems. That means that we have to think like the systems that exist, whether they are broken or not. Act like a network, leveraging the horizontal power that exists. What they can't do, they can do. What they can't do, they can do. So we were leveraging each other's ability to do it. But the most secret ingredient in all of this is this movement mindset. Not a project mindset. A project has a timeline, like this project, has a timeline, budget, activities, commitments you have to do. But when we actually implement it, what does movement mindset mean? Are we making people feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves? Or are we just saying, no, this is the project, this is what we need to do? Think about you in this process. If you're part of this process, would you do it because it's a log frame? Or would you do it because it's making a difference in your own community, in your own family, and you have been seen as a leader in that space. I'm seeing heads nod, which means you want to be seen as a leader. That's why you're doing it. So people feel like they're willing to do everything possible to support peace. Right? Otherwise, this is 2 year, year and a half later, project is done, you move on. People's lives don't change much, but they have to live with the consequences. You're in the front lines of this, so you have a role to play here. So I want big question when you saw the image with young people with guns, right? That was a policy panic approach. Why do young people join armed groups? What are the push and pull factors of violent extremism? We've all asked these questions. We decided to not ask those questions. We recognize they are good questions, but not the most important question. And purposely I wanted to talk about it here. The question we were asking was, if we were really talking about peace, the disruptive question we wanted to ask was, you ready for it?
Yes. Go ahead.
Have you ever asked this? No. No. Why? Pardon? Perception. Perception. Yeah. This is at the community, national, everywhere. Why aren't we asking this now? Now you're seeing, oh, I never thought about it. Right? But now is an opportunity to ask that. Because think about it statistically. They have all the reasons, young people have all the reasons to be pissed off and frustrated and angry with the broken system when your unemployment rate is up to 40 or 60% now, right? But they're not all taking up arms on the streets now, are they? They're not taking arms and creating violence. So then why do we equate young people to violence only? So this is an important question that we need to keep reminding ourselves to not fall back into the trap when we are basically saying, our own children are violent. Our own brothers and sisters are violent, if you assume that. But they are not. So we actually started with this question, why are most young people peaceful? That was the starting point, because it opened up a whole new path that never existed before. Yeah? Which is what led to the Normandy frameworks of 4 resolutions. First one coming on December 9th, 2015. Serious partners. This is a serious matter because we are on the front lines of preventing violence, but you see us as a problem. So the Security Council recognized it because it was the voices of over 11,000 young people saying to take us seriously. So that they acted on. We created the first Security Council resolution. And we followed with 3 additional resolutions. The second one we talked about, well, good. Young people are involved, recognize they can be partners. Second one says, well, the hardest place is in peace process. Is safeguarding and protecting their civic space. Making sure when they are leading, they have safety in mind, so they're not risking their life. So this is why this is important. What it does is it breaks another myth and a stereotype about young people. The other myth and stereotype that young people respond to in Kenya. And this is the resolution that came up with the 5 pillars. I had the privilege of being one of the 5 people who drafted this first resolution, the second and third one also. So I feel passionate about speaking because I know what that feels like, not to be part of shaping those resolutions. But what it means outside of the UN language, right, is this simple way. The first thing about youth agenda is that it's about making young people feel seen, heard, and valued. Second is improving the relationship between the state and its society that is young, who don't always trust each other. Third, making sure we have the skills and the capacities and capabilities to deal and manage. And fourth, that we're actually measuring our impact and are able to communicate that impact so people know that things are changing. If no one knows interactively with you, right? But if I asked you what would be the complex issues young people and adults are inheriting in Kenya today, in the next 3 years, if you think about what kind of issues young people and adults are inheriting, you might think about these issues here, right? Does it make sense to you? Yeah. So what we do in the design process is to say, categorize them into different categories, 9 categories. What are the political barriers? Socio-cultural, to economic, to digital, to physical, to legal, environmental, climate. So this way, you're actually seeing everyday life, how our young people on a day-to-day basis. That means exclusion itself is violent, because it's structural and psychological. So if you really want to prevent violent extremism, what do? You transform the violence of exclusion. What you need to do is transform the sense of exclusion people are facing every day. And that's about addressing some of these structures. These are influencing as part of the early warning network also. It's about these barriers that people are every day facing. So, the coalitions, Kenya Coalition is one, they have certain superpowers. They have credibility, authenticity, because across the country's representatives are part of this coalition. And Judy mentioned the Kenya's National Action Plan. You're working on a National Action Plan for a while, and I think it's good that you're not rushing it, right? But you have a draft now that I think is a really strong draft that builds on a couple of key lessons from around the world. Implementation across the world has failed, primarily because they haven't designed it well. They design new activities without thinking of existing programs, existing budget lines that already the government has committed to implement these agendas. So, when you think about impact, 2 things that come to mind when it comes to struggle to measure and communicate impact. One is systematic barriers, and the other is human-centric barriers. We don't have a common language to talk about impact. And we struggle to think about long-term. We might measure impact of this project, but something else comes, are they linking it? So is it only about this project or is it that project? So it's hard to know, if you only focus on a project by project basis, it's hard to know how collectively you're making an impact on society. So because of that, we actually ask people these questions. So because of time, I won't have time to go through this with you fully. But think about this for this project. What impact would you want to have in your community through this project? That you, as an individual, stakeholder. Second question is, what impact looks like for the people you serve or care about in your community? And 3, as institutional leaders, what does impact look like for institutions that are serving young people when it comes to preventing violence and election-related violence? When you ask this, we've done this in multiple countries, the same answers keep coming up. And the same answers are similar to vital signs. Let me think about this in your human body sense. Okay? Let's say this room, on this side of the room, has none of these problems you have. Let's just assume though. This side of the room has stomach aches. This side of the room has headaches. And this side of the room, where very old people have maybe having knee pains and joint pains and stuff, right? Joint pains, headaches, stomach aches. Check your vital signs, right? So the same thing for headaches, stomach ache, joint pains. Vital signs are universal. All this, yes? Yeah. That means the early 20th century, the World Health Organization said, it doesn't matter how rich you are. You could be Elon Musk or a street child. You could be the king of somewhere country or a civil society activist in a village. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter if you're the president or something. The treatment is based on vital signs. But we are in a world where we all get money for programs where we are dividing ourselves, saying, no, my context is unique. Who benefits when we are divided like that? People benefit when we are divided. Donors benefit when we are divided. Implementers benefit when we are divided. But people can't be divided. Right? So if that's the case, we have an opportunity to ask if the work we are trying to do is influencing societies. Societies are made of who? People. People with vital signs. What would be the vital signs of society that is healthy and peaceful look like? What would be the vital signs of a peaceful, healthy society then?
Active, jolly, smiling.
Smiling, yeah. So we actually asked this question for the last 10 years. We've been asking it. And even in the YPS space, we've asked this question. Do you want to know what we found? Do you want to know? Or I can stop?
No, tell us.
You want us to know? What we found, these are the vital signs we keep coming up with. Do people have agency? What is agency? Do people have opportunities to influence their society? Do young girls, do young boys have the opportunity to influence their society? You did the baseline study, right? Agency was one of those vital signs. Institutional capacity and responsiveness. Our institutions have the capacity to understand the issue, and do they have the ability to respond to the issue? Trust, intergenerationally, is low. The other way of calling it is polarization, but we don't like to use fancy language. We like to use human language, right? Fourth is safety or violence. And fifth is resources. What do we invest in? What's the return on that investment? So again, stomach pain, headache, joint pain. It's like saying, I'm a journalist. I'm working on security sector reform. I'm working on gender-based violence. I'm working on climate change, water rights, blah, 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 blah. But what are we doing? We're trying to make societies better. No matter what path we choose. And if we are doing it well, we are contributing to a healthy, peaceful society. So then these are the vital signs you need to have no matter what you do. No matter what you do, you need institutions to understand your work. The police need, as an institution, do they have the institutional capacity to understand youth grievances? And do they have the ability to respond there? Right? Do they support young people's agency? So these are vital signs no matter what we do. So think about them. To the donor, not to the people you're serving. So now we have a chance to say, let's do both. Let's put people first and say, how do we report? Then I can know over time, are we making an impact on our community? That's the beauty of this. Just like stomachache means if I have weight gain, high blood pressure, heart rate beats increasing, that's a... And the youth agenda, then we are trying to put this across this. So the other is, so how do we listen? How do we listen to this and learn from it? First, it's lived experience. So we talk about lived experience from people in the communities listening to each other. And building trust with each other. Their voice matters. So a young girl in a village, her voice matters when you talk about peace. But we also talk today about how do they define peace. Each person will define peace differently. A young person who is a young displaced person will define peace very differently than somebody in an urban town city who has a fancy job. But they still have the freedom to describe it. You still need to capture it. Second, you in the room are expert observers. You're observing this, coming from this field, the pulse coming from the field, and making sense of it. And then making decisions, communicating the decisions back and aligning it to national or international standards. More simple way to talk about M&E now, you know. And these are some of the other standards. Your time I won't go into it. A simple framework like this, a simplicity itself is its brilliance. Just like the vital sense of a human body, all we're doing is contributing to the vital sense of a society. And we'll be able to measure it this way. And a lot of countries society adopted. Kenya has been the pioneer on this, adopting this framework to their national action plan directly. This is what you all do. You measure your reach from activities you do. Resonance is what actions you take from it. Yeah? And the impact you have. Which tools you use? This is that we have the tools for you. And your impact? What change? This is what you measure. So this project has the ability for the first time to show the world that you're not just accountable to the German government, but you're accountable actually first and foremost to the Kenyan community, to the people you're serving. Elections is an opportunity to say, how are we serving our communities better? To lead a peaceful life. So in this way, we can actually report it much better that way. And this is also equally important, because what we see constantly is all kinds of projects on this. Everyone is doing their own thing. We've all been part of this. Yes. Well, we are then often this isolated, very difficult to show impact. The purpose of coalition, the purpose of community of actors working together is to have alignment. The peace committee is about trying to make alignment of different efforts, so that you can have collective level impact, not just search for common ground saying, oh look, we did good. We fail if everybody else fails. We succeed when everybody else succeeds together. And that's the mindset we want to have, even when there's money involved and money on the table. And this is important here. In Kenya, how many have known this research? Show of the hand. Do you know why we need to invest in young people? Besides being a majority? The other reason is that every dollar invested in youth peace building in Kenya, every dollar invested in youth peace building and livelihood programs in Kenya, there's a $5 to $10 return on that investment. Let me repeat. Every $1 invested in youth peace building and livelihood in Kenya has a $5 to $10 return on investment. Who? Who benefits when we invest in youth? Young people benefit. Who else? Who else do you think benefits from it? Do you know private sector benefits also financially? The public sector benefits too financially. Women's organizations, religious groups benefit financially too. And in Kenya, 2024 Gen Z protests, every day this protests took place on the streets of Nairobi. The private sector was losing how much money a day? About $20 million a day. But when they saw this, the Kenya KEPSA saw this study and said, oh, this is our bottom line. We are not only benefits young people, but it actually benefits other stakeholders too, financially, not just socially. So this is about political agency here of young people, you know. So because of time, I don't want to go into a lot of quickly. AI deliberative tools with AI enabled tools help us make sense of it much quicker. When we had 500,000 data, I don't want to go into those things, but let me pause here to see if you have questions right now. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be part of it. Before I leave, I want to ask one question. Successful. So let's take a moment, silence our mind a little, and ask ourselves, if you were successful as being part of this project, if your communities were successful in being part of this project, and if the institutions were successful in being part of this project, what is that impact going to look like in 3 years from now, or 2 years from now? And here's I want to tell you a story 3 years from now, how we can report about this, talk about this. Okay? So let's close our eyes and think about this. Think about the impact we want to have in 2 years from now, beyond the election, because the election is just one exercise. The peace is for elections only. Take 30 seconds to write down what would impact look like 3 years from now if you were successful, if the people you were serving were successful, and the institutions or part of it were successful. Let's take 30 seconds to write it down. No, yeah, just write it down very quickly. Yeah. Take 30 seconds, please. Because, yeah, I'm keeping you away from your beautiful lunch. You heard about the project earlier today. You're familiar with it a little. But even if you're not so familiar, think about this work. As the elections come and go, life won't continues. If this was successful in making sure violence was prevented, but created a culture of peace in Kenya in a way that actually transforms society, what would that impact look like for you as a stakeholder, people you are serving, and institutions that are part of it? I want you to keep this with you though, right? Write this down, because just by writing it, we started the day by asking you to write into pieces. But this is something for you to look back at a year from now, 2 years from a year and a half from now and say, have we achieved this? Your future self, your gift to your future self, saying, a year and a half ago we wrote this. What have we achieved? So allow me to share with you a story now about what it can be like. Okay, the story you can tell. If you use the vital signs as an approach about this. Okay? So this is your story now in others. In the last year and a half, in Lamu County, we were able to collectively improve young people's sense of agency by 15%. We have 3 different institutions in Lamu County. The police, local peace committees are more equipped and have become more responsive to address the grievances young people are facing. We started with 0% and now we've improved it by 3% in the last year alone. Which means our institutions are learning how to be more responsive to young people's needs better. As a result of that, trust between the elders and the young people have improved by only 3%, but we have a long ways to go. But 3% is still 3% better than what we had before. Sense of safety has improved by 80% in the last year in Lamu County. And every dollar invested in this in Lamu County has led to a $7 to $8 to $10 return to the private sector in Lamu County. The Border Association is benefiting financially because there is less violence on the streets. People feel more safe. The local authorities, the police feel safer because of this. That's the story you can say a year and a half from now. It's more simple. It's more visceral than saying, no, I did this activity, I did that activity, I did this activity. That's often boring. That's the gift you have in this program, to be part of this process. To start telling a story that is enough for anyone can understand, that they can be part of it to continue this work on their own. But really, this is part of shaping the country's legacy. And you are the architects of that legacy. So thank you for being the architects of the legacy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Tupashe, nataka tumpige 1, 3 ya kilo, sawa? Tupashe, pasha namna hii, fanya hivi. Haya, 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of our day today, the program. But before that, I'd like somebody to say hi. Allow me to break protocol, Madam Judy, so that somebody can say hi. Hi, Henrik. I know it will be unfair if you leave this room without saying hello. Say hi. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks everyone. And yeah, it was a pleasure really. Thank you so much for having me, and having me allowed to listen to what you've been saying. Thank you so much. And yeah, I wish you all a successful engagement in this project. And of course, most of all, a very impactful project. And thanks everyone. And enjoy your lunch and
Thank you very much. Hendrik works with us at the regional level. He supports programs. We've come to the end of our program for the day. I know we have another engagement tomorrow with a good number of us, as well as an extended invite to other stakeholders. So certainly this is a conversation we are going to take up again tomorrow. For those that are not going to be there, we are sorry. Sidio, we are out. So Omar, seated at the back, will give you your meal cards as you go for lunch. It's on your right. Please, we prayed in the beginning. I'd like us to make a prayer because it's been a successful day. So let's believe and pray. Everlasting Father, we thank you for the day that you've given unto us. Thank you for the guidance that you provided to us throughout. And now that we've come to the end of this day, we give you back all the honor and glory as we proceed to our respective duties and destinations. Go with us and protect us. And as we see the new day, we shall not forget to thank you. In Jesus' name I pray. Remember to pack. Do not leave any identifiable materials. If you've made the place worse than you found it, those that can, please let's try and tidy it up kidogo. Let's try and pick it up kidogo. Sawa sawa. All right, thank you very much, and asanteni sana. Sergeant, time flies. You already